about the stars. I wrote about the moon. I wrote about things in the sky that go boom. I wrote about death. I wrote about life. I wrote in the morning, afternoon, and at night. I constantly search for new ideas. I talk to my elders, my friends, and my peers. I study astronomy, history, and religion. My analytical mind is constantly on a mission, struggling and striving for the perfect poem. Bracing myself for the perfect brainstorm. The more that I write, the more that I note. My best poem yet is yet to be wrote. Yeah, yeah, city.
Peace, love, and salutations to everybody. Thank you for being here one more time. We have a good one for you guys today. Welcome to the Giacini Show, the Taz Show. We have our brother Sean with us today. He's going to be breaking some information down for us. We're going to be speaking in regards about the UCC-1 and its derivatives. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting from the gate, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking to share with the brother. I myself have a PowerPoint presentation that that I'm going to be presenting in the near future regarding this information. So I'm definitely intrigued, to see what I could learn and maybe even, incorporate into my knowledge that I already have. But before we even get started, brother, can you tell the people who you are and where they can find you at?
My name is Sean Sims. You can find me on TikTok at Boss Media LLC. You can find me on Instagram at Boss Media LLC. Um, I'm just kind of like you, trying to figure it out, trying to find a better path.
Cool, cool, cool. We appreciate you, brother. Uh, Now, obviously, we have our hostess, we have the goddess, the empress herself, Sister Yasini. Do we have you? Do we have the sister with us, sis?
You know, Yasini is in the house, Brother Taz. This Sean Sims is my nephew. And as usual, I'm always looking for gems in my mind as well as yours. And when I was talking to my nephew the other day, I found out he had so many gems and decided to share that with my subscribers because that's what we do. Everybody who knows the Yasini, whenever I'm with Taz, something spectacular is going to happen. Throw in my nephew, who's very articulate and got that knowledge that most people are missing. Put him and Taz together. Let's see what happens during this show. All right. So, Sean, welcome to Yasini in the house, and I'm sure you're going to be back.
Yeah, I'll definitely be back.
Most
I've been
definitely.
I've been looking for people to talk about this stuff for a while.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, we're all looking forward to it. And let's address first, we always have some usual suspects that love to be be uh be part of our journey of enlightenment as we come into this information, because there is so many different people from different places that we're always uh, sharing with and interacting with. And one of our faithful followers, always is Music Land H280Q. We appreciate you. We love the fact that you're always around and available for us. So we're looking forward for. I'm pretty sure you're looking forward to this information as much as we are. So make sure that you like, share, and subscribe. All right. We also have well, you got me with the name, brother, but Bahena the one thing Suyu. I mean, I'm gonna go look that up just over the fact that now I'm curious. Now I want to know what the hell that means. So peace and love to you, brother. We appreciate you for being here. Obviously, we have Yasini in the house. Um, Always ready to moderate, so those are some of our first responders that we usually have around. Make sure that you check out my channel, Tasmaniac TV, which is my backup channel. So hopefully, you guys help me out, in growing that one as well. We also got the brother Nathaniel Bay. He says Ashe. He's been following us for a while. I'm not sure where it was, if it was from Crumb TV or from one of the other channels that we Sister Yasini and I visit often. So we appreciate you, brother, because you've been around for a while now, and you're a faithful subscriber. So, but with that said, brother Sean, uh, hold on. Let me take this banner off of here. So let's talk about this UCC-1 education, because there is so much information out there, in regards about this, that people, in my opinion, are in complete oblivion about. You know, uh, um, at no time am I or anybody, in our panel claiming to be, giving no financial advice. So make sure that you understand that part. And as a matter of fact, just because of that, because of the subject that we're about to embark on, I am going to just give a quick disclaimer. All right, because the material and information contained on this show that we're about to do, or PowerPoint, is for general informational purposes only. You should not rely upon the material or information about to be presented as a basis for making any business, legal, or any other decision. The task show and its affiliates are not legal advisors or consultants. Please make a consultation with a certified legal advisor, like a lawyer, for further advice. Also, all content, including tips and suggestion, is entirely based on research and data available on the internet that you could easily find. So it is advised not to construe it as professional legal advice, and consult a lawyer before making any financial decisions. All right. So that's just a quick before you guys go do the doofus and then come back. Well, no, Taz didn't tell you nothing. Taz gave you some information, and if you went and did something out of, completely out of the ordinary with it, and now you're in some legal trouble, Taz didn't send you to do any of that. All right. But moving forward, we have the Empress Yasini in the house. I could see you, sis. Um,
You
do you
know,
want to add something before we get started, sis?
yeah, so it occurred to me that this UCC1 thing, the community want to get into it, not just for, the money, but for the freedom. And as anything that we do, we're gonna have to take the harder road. For some people, it's easy to just go be sovereign. For other people, particularly people of color, we have to scratch and claw and fight through all the woven trickeries and lies put in front of us, just for the simple fact to halt us, deny us our rights, deny us our sovereignty in this land that is ours. And so today, we're going to give everybody a free pass, okay? We're going to bring not just one um, expert as far as expert goes in our community, but Taz himself is in the process of the UCC-1. So he offers his pathway and the things that he learned, as well as my nephew Sean, being the entrepreneurial mind that he is. This is how it's supposed to be. At some point, we need to stand up and get what is ours. And our right to be sovereign is ours, and we all deserve to do that. And so now, instead of just listening to the naysayers and halting everything because it's too hard and difficult, all of that's going to change tonight, I promise you, unless you don't have ears to hear. Those are the only people that's going to be left out tonight. And Taz, as usual, you're the greatest host in the world. You have equal authority here tonight. When our next guest comes in, Sister Soul, and the fire is going to start. But right now, as the hostess or the co-host, my partner Taz can say whatever he wants to say and do whatever he wants to do. Nephew,
So,
feel free to chime in anytime you feel like it.
so let's start, brother. Let's start by speaking, to the people in regards about, there's steps that one could take that we're not aware of because of what you will call um, a fictitious legal entity that was created without your consent upon your birth, and because of that, there is certain aspects of our life that are considered legal parts of our lives, and we've embraced them
Uh-huh.
as actual um, an actual part of our being, and because of that, we've accepted a lot of fictional information that actually it has absolutely nothing to do with us as a being. So, can you give us like some insight on how did you come about the information? I mean, because there's a lot of people that are very skeptical about this information.
Um, well, it started with me. It actually started with TikTok. I was scrolling through trying to. I had a credit repair business, and I was just scrolling through trying to find different ways of getting rid of different stuff. And then I found the UCC, and I started looking into it, the actual Universal Commercial Code, and found out that this is the code that the bankers, the actual money pushers, this is the code that they have to live by. This is what they have to do. So this is what they're doing in behind the scenes. So
Keep
I
it
wanted to
going.
know
I'll
how
be
I
right
could
back.
use. I looked at it kind of like a life cheat code, a way that I can manipulate the system and hopefully help people around me to do it. And once I opened up the rabbit hole, I just couldn't. Like you can't just stop once you know something that you have to keep going. Um, the UCC-1 as a financing statement, it's it's more for security reasons. It's more for asset protection reasons, and less for the ability to be able to pay bills and stuff. It's a part of it. It's a necessary part of it, but you don't have to use it for that purpose. If you're getting ready to be sued by someone, you can put a UCC-1 on your house, and now you become the top lien holder of that house. And now, even if they get a judgment in their favor, your lien has to be paid out first before they can pay their lien out. So it's more like a tool for asset protection. That okay, let's go back to the estate. The estate was created, or the your fictitious person, it was created upon birth to basically give you the means to interact in commerce with any government entity, any entity at all. A living, breathing human person can't interact with a fictitious entity. So they had to make you a fictitious entity to be able to interact with them, to be able to take payments, to be able to do everything. So when looking into the idea of commerce and the idea of sovereignty, you will never be free of the United States as long as you live here. So the idea of let me get my sovereignness so I can just not have to deal with it. It's going to be a little bit harder than that. It should be more of how do I manipulate the system to get what I want? Because the estate was set up for your benefit at first. The bankers came in and changed it into the monetary system that we have now, but it was originally set up for your benefit. You're supposed to come in and you're supposed to administer your own estate when you reach the age of 18. You're supposed to come in and step up and be like, hey, I'm a competent human being and I can take care of my own estate. And then you step in and putting money back into the economy, you stimulate the economy. The government is actually a remedy. So when you need action taking, the government is going to be the ones that you appoint to go do whatever you need to do. If you're trying to get rid of a bill and this company just won't do it because they're not going to do it, well, you need to send the IRS after them. You need to send the Attorney General after them. You need to send someone high up in the government to go collect this money. You can actually sue them in civil court. So it's a lot. It's a lot of information. The UCC-1 is just like one part of it. It's more like a protectionary thing. But once you file a UCC-1, any state has to uphold any other state's UCC-1. So my UCC-1 I filed already, and it's already there. So go ahead.
When you're speaking about the UCC-1, you're speaking about the financial statement, right? Correct?
Yeah, the financing statement.
Right. So yes, just so the people that that are out there that don't have the the know-how or whatever, it's something that you could easily just Google and look up, a UCC-1 financial statement, and you'll be able to see what it is that that the brother is speaking about. But go ahead, brother. My apologies.
If you Google the UCC and on Cornell, they'll actually pull up the UCC. It's 9 different titles, and it goes over every aspect of commercial banking. The final goal of it's not necessarily sovereignty. You want to become an independent bank. You want to become your own independent, unincorporated bank. Since the money system right now is basically just commercial paper, when they made you an estate, they gave you the ability to create your own commercial paper, your own bills of exchange, and exchange it for Federal Reserve notes. So that's the main goal of it, is to become your own bank. So you can write money, you can create money, you can exchange it for their money, and you can do whatever you want to do with it. Let's see, do I have anything? Let me pull up the UCC-1 really quick. I was reading this yesterday.
Taz, are you with me? Okay, so maybe if Taz stepped out for a minute, I'm sitting over here trying to show Sister Soul. Okay, so this is Sister Soul Life Coach. I don't know why it won't let me put this banner up here. So next time I show, I'm gonna just read it out loud while you go ahead and get set up, Sean. She's actually said, what are the best benefits to it in controlling your assets, like self and certain living being life? And if you
the best benefit, you still going? Go ahead. My bad.
No, if you
go ahead.
Chat, you can read it better. I'm tripping. Go for it.
Actually, let's go to comments.
Yeah. Say, what are the best benefits to it in controlling your assets, like self and certain living being life?
Okay, so the benefits to it, since it's basically a public document, so it doesn't operate in the private. You as a private person are setting this public document up for your public estate. So the benefits of it are, if I wanted to sue you, or let's say you defaulted on your mortgage and I wanted to foreclose on your house, and the bank goes to sell your house, the person who put the first UCC-1 in, they're the title lien holder. So they're up here. So anything that gets liquidated from your estate, the first lien holder has to get paid off, and then everyone else gets whatever is left over. Go ahead.
It's the top holder is he is capable of acquiring the first $1.5 million of any damages that are created, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Like any damages, there's a lawsuit or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
up to $1.5 million is the amount before anybody else gets paid.
Mm-hmm.
That if you're at the very top, that means you gotta get 1.5 mil
Mm-hmm.
before anybody even gets a red cent.
So
But
my UCC is for 100 mil. So
okay,
if you come from me, you got to pay off 100 mil before you get anything from me. So
okay,
you can try if you want to. Also, my DNA is in there, my hair is in there, my blood, my saliva, my fingernails, every part of my body I put inside my UCC-1. So now if I get took down to the station, my body is copyrighted. If you take my fingerprints, you're going to have to pay me 500,000 for the fingerprint. You're going to have to pay me 500,000 each time you try to contract with me. Each time you take
Oh
my
my God.
name and it's copyrighted, I'm going to hit you for a civil suit and I'm going to come after your insurance for $500,000.
facts.
So I
Damn,
put my
nephew.
UCC in up. It gives you the top lien holder. No one can come after your assets under that. So they can still put liens on you, but you're the top lien holder. You have to get paid out first.
Right.
So if anything happens where someone comes from my estate, you got to pay me whatever I want first, and then whatever is left over, you can get. And if you pay me first, then I'm just gonna give you a little change. You know, you finna pay me 100 million, and you want 100,000, I'll give you 100,000 back out of your 100 million
Right.
you paid me.
Right.
So
Right.
it really just puts you in a position to be in control of whatever you get. Every time you purchase something, if you purchase a new car, you want to add that to your UCC-1. You purchase a new house, you want to add it to your UCC-1. You get a new phone, you want to add it to your UCC-1. All your property, you want to continue to update it. Your UCC-1 will become your bank registry. So when you get to a point where you're writing checks, you'll have to register those checks on your UCC-1.
I wasn't aware that you were able to do that. I'm gonna be completely honest. So that's something to look into, afterwards for me, for my own personal research or whatever,
Mhm.
But
If you Google UCC and Cornell Law University, it'll pull up Cornell and it'll pull up the actual commercial code. I think
UCC, what you said?
just UCC and then write in Cornell, and it should pull up the actual universal commercial code. It's 9 different things. I think number 9 is secure transactions. Secure transactions is going. It basically tells you how money is supposed to be moved. So it goes. There's negotiable instruments. It goes through negotiable instruments, which tells you how to write your own money, how to write your own promissory notes, how to write your own bills of exchanges, and so forth. It's all in legalese. So I would have a dictionary with me because
Right.
words mean more than we think words mean,
Right.
and a lot of
Right.
meanings have been changed or misused to throw people off.
Facts. Those are facts.
So, but the
Just
actual
to,
universal commercial code will break down the steps in becoming a true secure, because it's 2 parts. There's a secure party, and then there's a lien holder. So you could be a secure party without being a lien holder, and you could be a lien holder without being a secure party. If you're both, then your UCC-1 is perfected, and you're at the top of the table. But like if you're a secure party but you're not a lien holder, then you come behind everybody else that's up here. If you're a lien holder and you're not a secure party, you're above the other secure parties, but you're below the perfected secure party creditors.
now, Sister Soul is asking. She's asking, can you also use a 1040 forms to pay off debt as well?
The 1040 isn't what's going to pay it off. It's a couple forms you have to file. Okay, so if you've ever heard of a conditional acceptance, I don't know if you've ever heard of this before, but
Okay.
when a company sends you a bill through the mail, it's a contract. They're asking you to contract with them. You have the ability to accept that contract for value and return it under the conditions that they do whatever conditions that you want them to do. Which this is the remedy of getting stuff removed without actually having to do the UCC-1 and all this, because technically you're a beneficiary to the trust that they're trying to take money out of anyways.
Fact.
So I bought a car last month for $30,000, and I sent them a conditional acceptance to Navy Federal. I'm in the process of going back and forth with them now. I'm going to end up taking them to civil court because they're not going to get rid of it. But once you have the conditional acceptance, they agree to everything in the conditional acceptance. So a little bit more about it. They sent me a bill. I sent them back a conditional acceptance. The conditional acceptance stated, I will continue to pay this bill upon you providing these proof of claims. For one, the proof of claims is a full stating of account, and a full list of collateral, which they're not going to send to you because that is going to show exactly what they did with your social security number. It's going to show that the car or the house isn't the real collateral. The contract you signed is the real collateral. So now you have no claims on the house. So now you have to get rid of this. And it's a process. The entire process, I believe, is explained in UCC-1. But it's like you send them a conditional acceptance. I give them 15 days to pay or to provide the proof. When they don't provide the proof, more than likely they're just going to ignore you. They're probably not going to send anything back, and they're just going to act like they didn't get it. You send them a notice of default.
You said that it's explained in UCC-1. You're talking about the general provisions?
Yeah, the general provisions. Go down to Article 9, Secure Transactions. So this is basically going to show you how to perfect everything, how to take control of how to operate in commerce as a bank.
Okay.
So it's going to teach you the burdens of going through it. It's going to teach you how to take over stuff, controlling deposits, letters of credit, pretty much everything you need to know about commerce is in the UCC. Most people have never heard about the UCC-1 versus the UCC-1 financing statement. But this is basically the code of the banks. This is the code of e-commerce. This is how money moves, how money works. It tells you your remedies. It tells you what you need to do to make them do what they're supposed to do. It tells you who you need to send it to. It tells you what forms and which paper you need to send out. It's all in legalese, so they make it hard to understand on purpose. So I would read through it with a dictionary next to you because you're going to have to look up words. But that's the remedy on the public side. Right. Now, as for your sovereignty, you're a natural born person. You don't want to be associated with the United States. So you want to take the things. I think the process I'm doing right now is I filed my UCC-1. I have a private security agreement between myself and my straw man. The private security agreement is giving me my interest in all the collateral, and that's what allows me. Because if you file a UCC-1 and you don't have a security interest in it, Black's Law Dictionary, that's a great book.
It's a great book. Fourth edition?
That's 11th edition. That's 11th edition.
Of what? Black's Law Dictionary.
So the brother was saying to make sure that you have a good dictionary with you. If you're looking, and remember, all of them, they come in, make sure the first edition gives you all the insight of how it all started, and then you could revise from here on out to see what's missing from the current ones that we currently have. But if you're going to look into this and you're going to attempt to read, because remember, it's a completely different language. The brother is not, making it up. Is legalese, which is English but with different definitions. So make sure that you have a Black Law Dictionary. Just
because they've taken the English language and they mixed it with a bunch of different languages. They changed words. They start using words out of context. So you might assume what something means. Like citizen basically means you're owned by. So if you call yourself a U.S. citizen, that means you're a slave to a fictitious entity. But most people think that citizen means that I was born here, I live here. But you're calling yourself contract law, which is governed by common law. This is how they did things back in the day when the actual legal tender was gold and silver. It was all done in contracts. What you say out your mouth is way more important than what's written on a piece of paper. So even if you have all your stuff set up so that you are a sovereign, the police, judges, lawyers, they're taught to probe and get you to put yourself under their jurisdiction based on what they ask you. So you have to be very, very careful, and you have to know what you're saying. You have to know the stuff to be able to defend yourself in court, to know what to say and what not to say. Because you go in court and you listen to them. If they tell you, hey, stand up and move over there, and you stand up and you move over there, you just put yourself under their jurisdiction because you're doing what they told you to do.
Right.
Just like,
Actually, and to be even more clear, and and everybody, again, um, this is specifically for me, but I'm going to assume that it also applies for the brother. But don't believe nothing that we're saying. Go and look this stuff up,
look it
and you'll
up.
be able to see that what you thought was too far fetched, you're gonna be like, well, damn, hold on a minute, there's something funny going on over here. And when you go into a courtroom, just to reiterate on what you were saying, when you go into a courtroom, the minute you pass those banisters, you are immediately under their jurisdiction. You before
Admiralty law.
say anything. Just you entering that deck where the so-called judge, where his honor is supposedly at. Just entering those is a sign of, okay, you're entering the legalese system. And then
Mhm.
if you go and stand in front of them, the first thing they're gonna tell you is to state your name, because they need you to clarify and
Mhm.
accept that entity, that legal entity, so they know that, oh, so you're taking responsibility for this
Mhm.
here legal entity under the name of Tasmaniac, or whatever the case
Mhm.
may be, because
Like
that
even further, you showing up on the court date that they've assigned you puts you under their jurisdiction.
fact, yeah, yeah,
So even coming to court because you were summoned, they're your authority. It's called a special appearance. You don't go on the day that you were summoned to go. You go before that, and you say that you're trying to make a special appearance. This stops you from being under their jurisdiction.
those are
So
facts.
you have to study this stuff. You can't just listen to people talk about it, because you're going to have to defend it. If anything comes your way, you're going to have to be able to defend it. You're going to have to be able to tell, okay, this is why I'm doing this. This is why I have the right to do this, and prove to me that I don't have this right. They're never going to be able to prove that you don't have the right.
Right,
But if you don't know that you have the right, if you don't know, hey, you can't do this, then you're going to end up in jail
right, correct. Now,
over
Sister
some
Soul
money.
question, what is it says, but as a consumer, isn't she allowed to have this asset as a use as a matter of fact, forget that question. We have the sister with us. Peace and love, sis. Thank you for joining the show. We appreciate you. Please feel free to interact at any given time or whatever. But go ahead, brother.
Um, as of right now, until you start to let the government know you're not your straw man, you don't have any rights. Like you don't really have many rights, because you're a ward of the state. You're incompetent to administer your own estate. It's someone else is doing it for you. So you have to literally cut the ties of the people that are administering your estate and let them know that I'm a competent person and I can do this on my own. If you don't do that, then you don't really have any rights. They have the rights for you. A lot of this is done through different forms in the government. A 1040, that's your income states. There is no real income in the United States of America. What you work for, that you're getting paid in Federal Reserve notes. That's not real income. So if you look up what tax means, tax is I believe a contribution imposed. It's a contribution. You're doing it. It's they
Hey, you're contributing to their
you're
cause.
contributing under the thought that if you don't,
Okay.
you might get arrested, and you're not going to get arrested for not paying the taxes if you know how to not pay the taxes. Now, if you just wake up and be like, hey, I'm not paying my taxes today, and you stop paying it, then they're going to start sending you stuff, and they're going to start following the Universal Commercial Code to seek their remedy. The difference is, you know that they're in fraud. You know what they're doing behind the scenes. You know that they don't have this authority. So if you step up and be like, hey, prove that you have the authority to do this, this is when you start getting your rights. This is when you start getting the ability to do things. Um, if you haven't perfected anything, from my understanding, I haven't really done it yet. But from my understanding and from my research, you can still use 1099A and 1099Cs to get rid of your debt.
That's
Okay.
what I meant, the 1099, not the 1040. Thank you, brother.
Yeah,
I'm
the
glad you
1099.
said that.
You're operating. You are the beneficiary. It was the trust, the estate, all of it was set up. They set up a trust and they set up an estate and they put your estate in the trust and they made you the beneficiary. So it means that everything that it's supposed to do is supposed to be for your benefit. So you can't do it, but you can fill out a 1099 for the payment and you can give it to someone. You have to appoint a trustee. So if you want to buy a car, you have to find someone who sells cars that will accept this payment, which they can. They're doing it anyways. When you apply for a loan, they're 1099 in your account to pull the money out, and then they're giving you Federal Reserve notes. So you can go in for your mortgage and fill out a 1099A and give it to your mortgage and tell them, hey, I want a tender payment as the beneficiary. You are now the trustee. You now have a fiduciary duty to do what you have to do. And if they refuse it, I have to find the law. I believe it's in the Constitution. I have to find the law. I have to look it up. But there's a law in the Constitution that basically says if you give legal payment and it's refused, then you no longer owe that debt. So regardless to if they accept it or not, you don't have to pay them anymore.
And in
And if they
court, you
try to
would be
come after
able
you
to.
legally, go ahead, say it again.
I was just about to ask you that. If they were to take you to court for, say, to try and recoup those payments, you could therefore bring this information and say, hey, look, I don't owe them nothing. You good to go.
Just send them a letter saying, hey, I'll continue to pay this, but you gotta give me a list of collateral and you gotta give me a full statement of accounting. A full statement of accounting is, I believe it's in UCC-5. It explains exactly what it is. It's not just a statement of your account, which is what Navy Federal tried to send me. They tried to send me a couple of my statements.
What's the
Like,
name?
it's UCC-5. It's a statement of account, a statement of accounting, a request for a statement of accounting, and a list of collateral. It's not a form. Just go to UCC. Go back to the UCC and go to UCC-5.
Oh, okay.
Hit the back button. That's you still in UCC now. Hit the back button one more time. Now go. No, it wasn't letters of credit. Go up funds transfer bank. It's a negotiable instruments. Yeah, go on to UCC-5 letters of credit. Scroll down. Fraud and forgeries. I believe it's under fraud and forgeries. I have to find the exact one, but it's all in there.
Okay.
So once you tender payment to something, you legal lawful payment, you no longer have to pay. You no longer owe that debt. Now the issue is they're going to continue to try to get you to recontract with them by sending you bills, by telling you owe this, by telling you they're going to do all this stuff to you. So you have to have your paperwork in line, because if you do go to court, actually you want to take them to court before they take you to court. You want to impose your remedy on them before they can do it on you. So if you already know this is what it is, I know these days I sent them a conditional acceptance. 14 days later, you're getting a notice of default and a chance to cure. You have 10 more days to send me this stuff or take it away. If you don't, then I'm sending you an affidavit of default, meaning you defaulted. Now you have 3 days to get rid of this debt. If you don't, then I'm sending you an affidavit of non-response. All these are notarized by a republic. I also do. Let me find what that form is. It's a UPS form that also you need to have at least 2 witnesses. So the notary is a witness, and I fill out a UPS form that basically gives you an accounting of everything that's on there. So you have your 2 witnesses at this point. So now I can send it to the Secretary of the State and tell them that I need a letter of dishonor for these people because they didn't pay. I want to send them that. I'm going to send them all the affidavits. You'll send them the conditional acceptance. You'll send them all the paperwork that they need to see, hey, this person actually gave you multiple chances to cure this. And then when they don't do it, they'll send you back the letter of dishonor. When you have this letter of dishonor, you can then take it to the court system and you can file a tort. A tort is suing someone in civil court under common law. Also, in 3 months, that letter that you got from the secretary becomes a security. So if you have a Fidelity account or anything like that, you can lodge that security and you'll get dividends payments monthly for it.
Whoa, that's definitely a whole lot of information, brother. So, I mean, so there is multiple ways then, other than the one that you originally stated, that you could discharge this debt. And when these people actually contact you and you start interacting with them and also giving them your information, that's the minute that you are being reeled back into the trap that you just left out of, if you happen to be able to, because they are going to continue to call you.
They
And
want
they
you to
are,
pay.
you know, Mr. Blah blah blah, you know, and yes, do you live on, so you know, they're trying to get you to confirm the information. Well, they're gonna tell you first, you know, oh, you know, we're in a recorded line, you know, blah 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 blah, and all this stuff, you know, just to let you know. And then they're gonna start trying to get you to
To
confirm
recontract.
information, you know. So so once you confirm the information, now you're beginning the process of the contract, you know. You know, it's just no different than you filling out any other form, any other place, because you know, you writing it or you speaking it, that's why they're recording it, because you can't go back and say, no, I didn't say that. No, yeah, you did say that.
We have this saying, you said it. Like, yep,
So
exactly.
but go ahead, sister. So you want to add something?
I'm not really sure right now. It's to me, it kind of seems the same as like with the will and trust operating out of it, like making sure you're standing in yourself and getting yourself affirmed as being a living being and all that stuff. So I'm just looking at this as kind of the same thing.
It kind of is. The ultimate goal of that is you want to be a residential alien. Like, you want to be allowed to be here. Like, you were born. You're not. You're an American nationalist. You're not a citizen of
Right,
the United States.
Oh my God!
right,
I
right,
just had that
So
exactly.
concept in one
there's
voice.
the
Like,
United States of America, which is the land that we were born in, and then there's the United States, which is actually a corporation that you can look up on Duns and Bradstreet. It's a
So it's
corporation
removing yourself from the U.S.
from yes
corporation,
from the corporation
and
and
when you
saying that I'm a
operating.
nationalist. Hmm.
Right. When you operating in your will and trust, you're also a nationalist. You're not,
Hmm.
you're not removing yourself totally out of everything, because that would not give you access to everything that is actually yours, basically.
Hmm. So when you're operating out of your will and trust, at some point you're going to want to take that from them. Like, you don't want to leave that with the government. So that's why you need a foreign estate and a foreign 98 number, because you're going to take it from them and put it in your own estate, in your own trust that's controlled only by you.
Hmm.
So now my lawful money is mine. You can't do anything to it unless I give it to you, unless I give you permission. If you do it without getting permission, it's 500,000 every time for every person, and I'm coming after your insurance. So it's the same thing. It's just, when studying it, it's different levels to it, and depending on where you are in that level, there's a remedy for each step. So if you're at the point where you have control of your straw man, then you can operate as a private banker. If you don't have control of your straw man, then you're going to have to operate as a beneficiary. So trust law comes in. So
Hmm.
it's just, there's different remedies. You got to find out which remedy fits your certain circumstances at the time.
Right.
Yeah.
that's deep.
So, Sean, what I'm
Hmm.
hearing, consider me illiterate to the whole thing, and I am. However, talking to you, it seemed to me an important part of knowing how to do this and doing this, the promissory note is going to come into play. Can you break it down, what that is, and how it relates to you being sovereign or doing your dealings as a sovereignty?
All right. So The dollar bill is a promissory note. At the top, it says Federal Reserve note. It's the IOU. So all the money that you have in your account, all the money that you're buying houses, that you're buying crypto with, it's all credit. It's not real money. Real money is gold and silver, and they took that. That's in the banking system. You'll never actually see real money. You'll only get to see the Federal Reserve promissory notes. So people went to jail for, if you copy their note, you'll go to jail for it. But once you take over your straw man, you have the ability to make your own notes. You have the ability to make out. When you get to that point, I wouldn't even use promissory notes, because promissory notes, that's a promise to pay. You don't want to pay. You want to have a bill of exchange. A bill of exchange is I'm exchanging my money for your money. No taxes, no nothing. I'm going to give you $600 worth of gold coins, and you're going to exchange it at the rate of inflation and at the rate of your Federal Reserve notes, and you're going to give me back however much it is, and I'm not going to pay you any taxes. You're not going to charge me for it, and you want to get it put in an account that they can't touch. This is why your foreign estate number comes in, because you want to open up an account in your foreign estate. So this is a foreign account. Put this money in here. You can't touch it anymore. This is just my money. I want to give you a bill of exchange for $1 million. I want you to transfer this $1 million into this account. And you can't touch it. I can do whatever I want with it. A promissory note is it's just a promise to pay. That's what they have you sign when you do it. If you add it to your UCC-1, if you get a promissory note for like a car and you add it to your UCC-1, you now have invested interest in that promissory note. So now you can discharge it if you get when you get to that point. Did that answer your question?
Sis, did you hear him?
Yes, brother. Yes, brother. I be on mute a lot, but it does. But there was some transaction that you did recently that I heard you and your mom talking about, where you gave somebody a promissory note or got out of paying the bill, and I believe you mentioned it, started talking about it earlier. Can you go further into what happened with the car?
When they send you a bill, everyone who gets a bill, have you noticed you have that little piece at the bottom of the bill that's detachable?
Yeah.
That's a money order. It's a coupon. It's a voucher. If you do a banker's acceptance on that voucher, you can send that in and tender as payment. That's lawful payment.
Oh,
so I did a banker acceptance on all of my credit card bills, and I sent them in. Accept it and take this money, or don't accept it. I've paid you. I'm not paying you anymore. If you want to take me to court, you can take me to court. I got a conditional acceptance on all you. I will take all your jobs, like, if you want to take it there.
What do you say?
So it's really just, they send you, if you look up the definition of coupon, it'll make it. Can you pull up a dictionary on the shared screen and look up the definition of coupon?
Brother,
Wait, can you explain? That was kind of like.
I know. Yeah, you got to break that down. When look up coupon. Right now,
they send you a bill. At the bottom of the bill, there's a. Go ahead.
From what I'm understanding is the portion of the bill, the perforated part is actually like a check, or like you said, maybe a money order. So your signature, once you pay for that, your signature, being as though you assign into this account with your social, they're already getting paid. So since they're already paid for this so-called bill they're sending you, when you look at the bill, it doesn't say negative. It actually says it's in a positive, just like your bank would. So obviously you're sending me something that is already paid, and you're requesting money from me. So this is where you have the leeway to say, okay, hold on, I don't need to send you anything because this is already paid. So that's the part I kind of need you to kind of elaborate more on, because I understand all that, but how do you, I know there's like certain ways you have to sign it. It's a certain way you have to do it to enable to allow it to work for you in that capacity, because that is actually the truth, right? So it's just a matter of you letting them know, or, you know.
What was I gonna say? I just lost my train of thought.
So the paper.
Let me see if I can find it really quick. Well, okay, so basically, if you apply for, say you apply for a car loan and you give them your social security number, they're gonna 1099 your trust, and they're gonna take the lawful money out of your trust, and they're gonna put it in an escrow account. So they've already been paid for it. The escrow account is going to be the collateral, and then they're going to give you the equivalent in Federal Reserve notes. So you just got paid in taxable notes. So now when they send you a bill, it's already paid. When you send them a payment, you're paying them again. And when you send back that coupon, you're paying them 3 times. So they're double dipping.
Right. Brother, I think we skipping something because I think that's kind of what I was just going over. Correct. We understand that part. What I'm saying is, how do you send it back? The perforated part, that's the check. How do you send it back so that it's actually legally tendered? Because there's a certain way that you need to do it, correct? And that's what I'm trying to get the information on.
Yeah, hold on. I had a form actually.
Sean,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Yep.
I think they need to know that, first of all, you can't do it online. You have to get the paper to be mailed to you. And then can you explain to them how they have to sign it and send it back to make it legal tender?
Exactly that. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm asking.
Okay, so it's, if you Google the redemption manual 4.5, it basically it's a PDF. It's a free PDF. It goes through all the changes in money. It goes through setting yourself as a secure party creditor. It goes through how to get rid of debt. It goes through how to get out of court cases. It goes through how to sign it. It goes through everything. If
Okay, I didn't quite get that. I'm sorry. Could you repeat what
let me
the
see if
name of it is?
if I can write it in the chat. It's not gonna let me write it in the chat. It's called the redemption manual.
Okay.
Hold on.
So just put in Google the redemption manual PDF and it'll pop up. Okay.
I'm gonna pull up a copy of it so you know what it looks like. I don't know if you can see it. This is what it looks like right here. And it goes into pretty much everything. It doesn't have the affidavits that you should have on there, but it goes in all the money issues, the monetary system. I'm trying to find the page where it actually shows you how to endorse it to turn it into
Now I see
money order.
a 4.5 and a 5.0. Is there a particular one?
The
I see.
5.0 is the newest version of it.
Okay, and
They
then I see
should
one that
have
says
pretty much the
operate.
same information.
What about the one that says operating secured? Would that be?
That's just teaching you how, I believe, once you get your secure party status, it's teaching you how to operate in that capacity. Where is it? I just had this up the other day.
Taz, did you look up coupon for him?
Taz is gone.
Taz gone. Sean, can you share your screen?
I don't really know how.
I think you made it so you
I
can
can
share
do
your
it on
screen.
here though. I can do it on just do it on my phone.
Let me see.
If you hit share screen at the bottom,
Hit share screen at the bottom, and then go share either your window, your screen, or your whatever you're looking at. If not, go on and do what you was doing. When Taz come back, I'm gonna have him look up coupon because I was interested in that.
so you still
Okay, so
missing
hold on.
the
This is the definition of coupon. It says a portion of a certificate, ticket, label, advertisement, or the like set off from the main body of a dotted line or that like to emphasize its separability, entitled the holder to something, as a gift or a discount, or for use as a order blank check.
What? They
So
did
they're
not.
sending you a coupon for the payment of the bill. You just have to know how to do a banker's acceptance and send it back. And then you
So
have to know enough that you know you can legally do this, because they're going to continue to try to get you to pay. And if you're not standing on, hey, I don't have to pay for this, and you pay, that voids everything you've done.
And so what do we sign on the back of that coupon to send back to them?
You have to endorse it.
How?
Hold on, I was looking. That's what I was looking for. You have to endorse it. You have to do a banker's endorsement or a beneficiary's endorsement if you're not at that point yet, which is basically just your natural name. It should be your last name first, because your family name always goes first, and then it's your first name and then your middle name, and that's how you should sign your stuff, and then sign beneficiary at the end, or BENN period. Where's this at?
I don't even think bankers know all of this stuff, Sean.
I mean, this is what I've been doing. Like,
High does.
Yeah.
And if you take that to the desk and they don't know what it is, you have to tell them to take it to your manager. And if she don't know,
any paperwork you send it to the CFO of the company. Send it to the CFO, letting the principal knows, notifies everybody. So send it to the CFO. He should know what to do with it. Once you start doing it, it'll get easier and easier and easier. There it goes.
you mean you're sending the bill basically?
Yeah, you're sending the bill back.
But you're endorsing.
You're sending it back as a money order. Mm-hmm. You're sending it back as a money order.
So you're endorsing it on the back, and then you're just returning it as you would a normal payment.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been paying and been poor for nothing?
Yeah, you've been paying double. Here, it's kind of hard to see, but this tells you exactly how to sign it. Accepted for value, return for discharge.
Can you put that on the single screen, Yasini?
That's the presentment.
My Wi-Fi already knew what was going to happen today, and that's why I always designate tasks, because he has a little bit more RAM than me, and I'm sure he'll be back.
If you download it's page 436 on the redemption PDF.
I can't get the PDF for some reason. I'm trying to get it. I don't know what's going on. They keep telling me to sign up, all this weird stuff, and
if you send me your email, I'll just email it to you.
Oh, okay. I'll put it in the back chat for you.
He don't know how to do that.
You do
what?
You know what the back chat is?
In the comments or the private chat?
Yeah, private chat.
It.
It says comments or private chat, but it's in the private chat.
Yeah, I got it.
Yes.
Sister, I know you've exhausted yourself with this UCC-1.
Yeah.
Where did you stop at? What blocked you? So we can.
What blocked me is that it's still keeping you like tied in with like the government. Like you have to check with them by sending forms through them. You're going through their numbers still, and all of that stuff. And I'm like, I really don't even want to do that. I don't want to have anything to do with having to always file these forms. With them. I don't mind filing with corporations or companies that I'm using, but to have them as like a middleman per se to pay out of my I'll say my securities or my credits. I once I assume my own responsibility, I don't want them to have nothing to do with it.
You still kind of want them to have something to do with it, because that's your remedy, that's your police. That's the people that's going to enforce on the other corporate entities what you want to be enforced. If you completely remove yourself from the government, you're still going to have to go back to the government to enforce payment. So you don't want to completely remove yourself. You can remove your living person, but your straw man still needs to be attached somewhat to the government.
Right. But that
Just
straw
because
man
if you
would
be
be
like, hey, if you be
right.
like,
But
hey,
wouldn't
I'm
the
not
straw
paying
man
this.
would be with the trust and the will. So I would still be having access to it through my trust and my will.
You're going to have to, you would have to get rid of the contracts that's holding. You've spent, I'm not sure how old you are, but you've spent your entire life on this planet making contracts that hold you to the straw man. So you will literally have to go through and get rid of those contracts, like all of them, in order to completely remove your straw man from the United States of America, which means your license, which means all that. And you can drive without a license, but then you run the risk of having to deal with getting pulled over and all that stuff. I don't want to deal with that. I want you to send me the license so your cops know not to even pull me over. Like I don't want to have to deal with, okay, I put my own place on here, so now I got to explain to every cop that pulls me over what's going on, and I got to wait for a supervisor to come, and I got to spend 2 or 3 hours. You might still end up getting locked up. I mean, you can get money back for it, but it's still an inconvenience in your time. So
Right.
the idea is to be able to move through the system without having alerts, without having people coming after you, without having to explain everything to everyone.
Right.
What did I do with that?
Is it a delay in what he's saying?
So sometimes
UCC live birth. There it goes.
so Sean,
All right, I sent you the redemption. You should. I just sent it.
Okay.
Sean, it's only fair to let the people know what process are you in now? Where are you?
Right now, I had to order my long form birth certificate, and it takes 90 to 100 days before you get it. Once I get my long form birth certificate, I'll be able to make my bond and stuff and charge my UCC-1 account. Um, the Treasury will actually give you a card letting you know that you have money in this account for you to get rid of debts and all that other stuff. And then you'll stop having to deal with banks, and the Treasury, the U.S. Treasury, will become your bank. And that's where you'll get your money. So once I get my birth certificate back, I'm going to authenticate it. You got to authenticate it with the state, you got to authenticate it with the county, and then you got to authenticate it with the federal government. And then you put it on your UCC-1.
How
Now
do you
you're a
get the
holder.
long form? I hear people say that all the time about get
You
your
gotta
long form.
you gotta order it vitalcheck.com. You gotta order it.
So you just order a long form. I
Hmm
went on Vital Statistics, and it doesn't give you that option. It doesn't say.
Um,
It just says the death certificate or a birth certificate. It doesn't give you the option
when
for the
you
long
did you click
form.
on the birth certificate and go into it?
I
Because I
believe
believe you
so.
gotta
I could
tell
do it
them that
now.
you need a birth certificate. But that's where I ordered mine from, vitalcheck.com.
Let me see.
So basically, you have two birth certificates. You have your birth certificate and you have certificate of live birth. The certificate of live birth is saying that this man or this woman was born on this land at this particular point of time. The
Hmm.
short form is the contract. That's basically saying you're a citizen of the United States. So
So the
you
birth
have to,
certificate that says certificate of live birth is the long form.
yeah, that's the long form.
But even if it's a short one,
The short one might not have the information you need. You need the QSEP numbers that are on the back of the long form. Those are your account numbers that are attached to that birth certificate. So
okay.
if you don't have those numbers, you can't lodge a security interest in your birth certificate.
Okay, so I'm looking at the vital check now, right? It says apply
Hmm
for a new birth certificate and request a certified copy of your birth certificate or obtain a birth certificate replacement. So which one would it be for this long form when you're talking about?
Either one, you can go for certified. Are you in the county that you were born in?
No.
Okay, well then I would just order one. I would order yeah, I would order a replacement one. And when you go into it, it should ask you which form you want, the long form or the short form.
Okay, let me see. It says the state. Let me see what it says.
And Sean, are
Mhm.
is law enforcement gonna hate you if you're sovereign?
I wouldn't. Law enforcement isn't really going to understand what you're talking about. So I wouldn't even talk to them about it.
How
If they
come that?
ask
How
you,
come that? Wait, how come they're not trained as to who's a citizen and who's not via documentation?
because if you train them too well, they're going to stop being citizens and they're going to stop paying taxes and they're going to go through the process of this too. So you can't give out all the information because you're going to start losing your people. So they're trained in certain stuff. They'll know what you're talking about, but it's not going to be on the level of they just let you go. You're going to have to talk. You're going to be held there for a while. You're going to have to tell them. You're going to have to get them to call a supervisor. You're going to have to go through a long process of getting them to understand this is what it is. So instead, just tell them, hey, I'm the if you have your 88 number, which is your account number, which is your estate number. If you don't have it, you can tell them you're the beneficiary to the trust that is Sean Andre Sims, and that trust has an ID I can provide you with. But this, I don't have an ID as a living person. I don't have an ID. But if you don't want to go through that, when you get through the process of becoming a foreigner, you can get ambassador plates. You can get an ambassador license. You can get an ambassador passport. So then when you have ambassador plates, the cops won't even pull you over because they can't pull you over for anything other than common law, which is injuring someone, hurting someone, beating up someone, vandalizing something. That's common law. So once I get these plates, this is why ambassadors from different countries come over here and they can speed, they can do all this stuff, and they won't go to jail. Only thing they can do is stop you and tell you to slow down. They can't do anything to you. So that's the ultimate goal for me. I want to get to a point where the paperwork explains it to you. Like I don't even have to talk to you. I don't want to hear from the government. I don't want to talk to the government. If you want to get in contact with me, you need to send me a letter to my PO box. And then when I get your letter, I'll respond with the letter.
And if you end up in a court somewhere, why don't you explain what jurisdiction?
You shouldn't ever end up in the court. Don't go when they tell you to go. Go before and ask for a special appearance to see the judge in his chambers, and then go on there and tell him basically what it is.
Listen, I'm talking about black folks, or used to be black folks, but now sovereign.
This is your right. You can request a special appearance. If you show up on the date that they tell you to show up on, you're showing up under their jurisdiction. You're showing up because they told you to. So you don't want to show up. You want to show up before your court date, and you want to request a special appearance with the judge or the DA or whoever is trialing the case.
Okay.
When you go in there, you can either challenge jurisdiction, or I would even be like, hey, this is what it is. What are the Q-step numbers to the bonds that you made using my social security number? I have no problem paying these bonds out of my trust. Just cancel this case. And a lot of times the judge will be like, oh, as long as I'm getting paid, I don't care. And he'll cancel the case. But that's only one method. There's a bunch of different methods of getting through it. That's just, to me, I don't want to go to court. I don't want to be in the courtroom. If you summon me, I'm going to try to end it before I get there.
Real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm on here. It's asking, it says certificate information. It says, why are you applying for it? It's asking me passport, social security, employment, genealogy, other insurance. Should I put other and then
Yeah, I
specify
would just
long
put other.
form? Okay.
I would just put other.
Right. But what I'm asking you, should I specify I want a long form at this point? Is this the time to?
It should actually be when I went through it. Let me see if I can pull up my thing. When I went through it, they actually had an option that I had to pick between if I wanted the regular or the long form.
Right, but what I'm asking you is where I'm filling this out and it's saying certificate information. It says, why are you applying? And when I press other, after I press other, it says, please specify. Should I also put, I want my
Yeah,
long
you can
form?
put it there.
And it's called a long form birth certificate?
Yes.
So, Sean, what did you do differently than everybody else who's tried their UCC-1 and maybe don't have the answers that you do now? Why do you have so many answers to this?
I've been reading the UCC. I've been reading the Universal Commercial Code. A lot of people don't really like reading, especially when it's a very, very hard read. I'm the type of person, I don't really like reading. I would rather listen to someone talk. I would rather listen to an audio book. I would rather someone tell me what to do, which kind of limits the knowledge you can gain. So at a point, I had so many questions and there were so many holes that I couldn't get an answer for. So I'm spending hours and hours and hours like looking at different people's videos, looking at different people's takes, looking at different things that they did and what they did. And I got to a point where I was like, yo, I need to just read the code. The code is going to explain it all to me. The laws are going to explain everything you need to know. It might be hard to understand. I have to read it a couple of times, but it'll explain majority of it. And most people don't know about the Universal Commercial Code. It's a list of banking codes. So most people don't know about it. If you don't know about it, then you can't really look it up. But these are the codes that the bankers are using against you. So it's only smart that you understand it so you can use it against them too. Sister Soul, did it ever pull up and give you the option for the long form yet?
It keeps giving me a problem, so I'm putting the information in again. It keeps taking it out and taking it out, and I just keep putting it back in.
It's a pain. They want to make it difficult for you. Like I said, it takes 90 to 100 days to even. I ordered mine in February, and I'm still waiting.
Yeah.
But she's not getting through the application, Sean.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying they make it's a process that's made to be difficult for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And so, Taz, I don't know if you was listening to us when you were gone or not, but I was asking Sean, like why is he so successful in finding out these answers where others have roadblocks? And so he was explaining his due diligence in reading the UCC codes. Okay, so are you, Sean, are you convinced or sure that if people just dig in harder into the codes, things might become clearer? Or is there something else you did, or do you have some kind of advisory stepping you through the process? And did you fill out your own paperwork by yourself?
I filled out majority of my paperwork. I've taken from majority of the paperwork is in that redemption manual, and I've changed it to fit my purpose, and I've put my information in it. I also got another guy who's saying that there's other forms. Majority of it is banking, so majority of what you're going to do is going to be paperwork. It's an administrative process. So once you get to the point that you're cool with doing paperwork, you're going to have to do paperwork. If you want to be a sovereign, you're going to have to make affidavits, basically saying your laws, saying how you're ran, saying how this goes. All this is private information, but it's still information that you need to have just in case they kick in your door and be like, hey, what's going on here? Well, hey, this right here, which is notified by the federal government, by the state government, by what's the name, gives me the power to be able to move exactly how I'm moving. You really can't do anything for me. If you take me to jail, even though the government has given me the capacity to move like this, I'm coming at you. So really just the knowledge, where you're at and what you want to do. Because for everyone, this knowledge is going to do something different for their life. For some people, they're trying to get rid of bills. For some people, they're trying to go on vacation. Some people want a new car. So it depends on how far you're willing to take it, or what do you want out of it. If freedom is the whole goal, then there's a long list of steps you're going to have to go through. But once you go through this long list of steps, you can become known as your own king. You can become known as your own president, certified by the United States of America.
Okay,
but you have to take it there.
Let me shoot this in right quick while Taz got it up there. Carly Livingston, peace and love.
Peace and love, brother. Peace and love. A good brother. But we're definitely going deep into this, brother. It's so intriguing, how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Mhm.
My my understanding before I even make any assumptions. The brother homie the clown asked, so what would you say is the first step? So, in your opinion, what would be the beginning point for somebody that hasn't started any of the steps at all?
The first step would
Mm.
be to get your long form birth certificate. This is that's going to be basically where you get your money from. That's the original contract. When you were born and they signed the contract, they put $100 million in this, or they put $1 million in this trust, and it's grown in interest. They've put bonds, they've taken money out, they've put money back in. So getting your long form birth certificate is the path to getting at the money to be able to control the account. So that would be the first step. After you do that, or in the meantime, because it's going to take 3 months to get it, you need to have a security agreement between your straw man and between yourself. The security agreement is basically saying that my straw man gives me all his property. He gives me everything. Everything is given to me. I'm the person that he's letting control the estate. And then you sign it as your straw man. You sign it as you go get it notarized. This is a private contract. You don't have to send it anywhere. I'm going to send it into the treasury with the treasury pack with a bunch of stuff, basically just explaining how everything happened. But this is your private contract. So if anyone comes up and it's like, hey, how do you have a security interest in your UCC-1? You can show them this contract. This is my security interest. This contract has a common law copyright in it. So all derivatives of my name is copyrighted. It has a hold harmless agreement, basically saying that I can't be at fault for anything that my straw man does. It has a power of attorney in it. You're also going to have to send out Form 56, fiduciary relationships. This is your remedy if you haven't taken that in. The Form 56 is going to be your best friend. The Form 56 is you appointing a fiduciary over your estate or a trustee. So if you're sending something to a government official and you want them to act in your best knowledge, fill out a Form 56, send it to them too. This is saying, hey, you're a fiduciary to me. It's if you have an estate number, it's Form 56F. Just like you have 1040, if you have an estate, it's a 1041. But I mean, if you don't have an estate, just Form 56 is fine. If you scroll down, it should have like a PDF form you can actually open so they can see it. That's just the instructions. But yeah, they made it. All the stuff that's happening is already happening. It's just happening it's happening corporation to corporation. So right now you have fiduciaries. You have fiduciaries in this world that are managing your estate. The Form 56 allows you to revoke
Just,
their fiduciary
just
relationship,
type
which
that PDF task. There you go. Boom.
that's not it. That's not the one. That's something else.
That's the wrong one, Taz.
Yeah, that's the wrong one.
Okay.
Can you go back?
Click right there where it says Form 56 PDF.
Oh, boom.
Yeah,
Right
click
there.
right there.
At the bottom. At the bottom.
Under related searches, it's right there.
Yeah, click right there and see if that's it.
That's IRS. That was
Yeah,
mistake.
that's it right there.
Okay.
So that's the Form 56. This allows you to appoint government officials. The power giving to you is by appointment. You can appoint a judge that's over your case to be a fiduciary to your case. You can appoint Joe Biden to be your fiduciary. you can appoint anyone who takes the oath of office to be your fiduciary. Anyone who takes your social security number, they already entered a fiduciary relationship with you. This is just, hey, I'm notifying the IRS that you entered a fiduciary relationship with me. So now if you don't do it, you have to step down from your office. You're in default. A lot of these places that are, let me find what those other forms are. I got to pull it up somewhere. That's not what I'm looking for.
I have a quick question while you, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I think I got it now. It's asking me. It said, what will you be using the certificate for? It says this information will be used by the Vital Records Agency to ensure the correct type of birth certificate is issued. It says such as the long form or the short form. Now it's not giving me an option to pick either, but there's a reason and there's a drop down and there's a whole list of things. So I'm not sure which one I should be picking so that they'll know I want the long form.
What are some of the reasons?
It says adoption, international adoption, apostle authentication. Would it be for
Apostle
authentication?
authentication.
Okay, perfect.
Apostle authentication.
All right, perfect. Okay.
Taz, from what
Yeah.
you've been hearing Sean talk about, have you can you verify, or are you missing information, or are you doing it a different way? In other words, is there more than one way to skin this cat?
Oh no, there
Yeah,
is definitely more than one
yeah.
way to skin the cat, but he is in a further advanced, more advanced step than I am because I just began this whole process, and not for me. Let's recall that not for me because I wasn't born in the United States, so I'm not under contract with the United States. As far as that. So what I'm doing for my children and for my wife. So especially when you're a lot older, there's a whole lot of more steps. But when you're under 18 years old, you have not willfully accepted the legal entity that was imposed on you from birth. So it's a lot easier to detach them from the system as long
Hmm.
before you're 18. You hit the age of 18 and you sign your first
Hmm.
contract. What's your first contract? Most kids are, oh, I gotta go get an ID. They're like, I'm 18 years old. I
Hmm.
gotta go get an ID. They make such a big thing about you becoming 18 years old that the first thing you want to go do to prove that you are 18, hey, look, I'm legal now. You go and make
Hmm.
that first contract. You go get your first state ID. That's if you didn't have one already.
Hmm.
A previous one that they had for under 18, a student ID, because at least in Chicago they have multiple. I'm not sure about other states.
Right. That's
Hmm.
why I was trying to ask him, Taz. I'm glad you said that because I'm gonna ask him again because he's saying like the long form is the one that has the number. What is this particular number? Are you looking for the birth number? Is the birth number the actual number that you're saying is on the back of some long form,
Yeah,
or
it'll have a red QSIP number. It's the bond number. It's the actual
it'll have a
bond number for
barcode?
your bond. Like it won't be a barcode. It'll. I think it starts with an E, and then it'll have a couple extra. It'll be in red. It'll be on the back, and it'll be in red. It's the QSIP number for the bond of that. And also, Taz, I don't know if you know, but the Universal Commercial Code is everywhere. So every country has a form of this. That they're all the New World Order is here. It's the monetary system. It's the banks control everything. So this system is portrayed pretty much everywhere. London, England, Russia. That's why they're hitting Russia so hard with all these sanctions. Like it's portrayed everywhere. So you might not have an account set up in the United States if you weren't born here, but wherever you were born, more than likely you have an account set up.
Hmm.
It's talking and it's not coming through.
Can y'all not hear me?
Okay. Yeah, we can hear
I
you.
heard somebody say I'm talking, it's not coming through. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, that was your mama. You know, she's very involved, and she's the one who told me
I've been
about
trying
it.
to get my mom. She just be looking at me like, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait and see.
Right. But you can see that you've already planted the seed.
Yeah, I wanted
So
her because my
she
mom's
would have been
background
talking to me
is in
about
taxes. Um, her background is in taxes. She does taxes. She does money issues. That's why I was like, a lot of the stuff that I struggle with, I go to her because this is what you've been doing your entire life. So that's why I'm like, if we get on the same accord, we can figure it out a whole lot faster because a lot of the remedy is just in the IRS forms. Like a Form 211, that's a whistleblower's form. And I think it's a Form 4898, I believe. I believe it's 4898. That's how you report somebody for tax evasion. So I can report this company for tax evasion. You don't want to take it away? I'm going to send the IRS after you. I'm not going to come after you. I'm not going to argue with you. The hardest thing of this is staying in honor, which honor is you can't argue, you can't debut something. If they send you and say you owe them, you have to accept it on conditions, which is what a conditional acceptance is. Oh, I owe you $500. Cool. I admit that I owe you $500 and I will pay you this $500, but you have to prove to me by giving me this and this and this that I actually owe you this money. If you can't prove to me this, then I don't owe you anything. And then by law, if they can't prove it, they don't owe you anything.
So is the credit system illegal?
It's not illegal, just the way it's set up. Technically, you're not supposed to be able to tax. There shouldn't be a cost of living. You should be able to live on this earth and not have a job. You shouldn't have to pay taxes, you shouldn't have to pay for food, you shouldn't have to do anything
like
like
it
that.
originally was.
They set it up, the concept of it is legal, but the bankers came in and changed it. So now pretty much everything that they do is illegal. It's trust fraud. It's all trust fraud. You're
It's
not
theft.
telling me that you're taking money from out of my trust, but you're doing it. That's trust fraud.
It's theft. They're stealing. They have come in,
Mm-hmm.
they put a fake straw man in place of you. They have
Mm-hmm.
your parents sign this particular document to say that they are having, you sign a
Which is
certificate, but what they're
deception.
doing is just putting you in their control so that they're able to use this straw man on this birth certificate. So basically,
Mm-hmm.
the birth certificate they give you is the straw man acting
Mm-hmm.
as you, putting you on paper or implanting you on paper per
Yep.
se. So now you are trying to let them know that, hey, wait a minute, I know that my mom did this, even though she didn't know any better. At this point in time, I know
I
better.
know better.
I'm not a
Yep.
minor. I'm not a minority. A minority is a person that is not understanding. They're not developing their mind enough. They're still immature in the brain. So because we are in full capacity of knowing that what they did is incorrect or wrong, so now I can come and say, hold on, that thing that you put over me and you've been making money off of me and using my assets and using my funding that all came with me. Now I'm taking the control of that. Even though you've been making the money off of
Mm-hmm.
me and using me, I'm actually going to assume the control of that at this point. So that's kind of what you're doing. You just taking
Yep.
over where they have tried to assume control over you as a natural being.
Yep.
And how dare you have the right to think you can take control over me as a natural freaking being?
Yep. And this is why they can come in your house and take your kids. This is why the cops can come in your house
If you
because
allow them,
they're
they can't
wards of
come
the
in your house
state.
and take your kids. They'll say they can. They'll act like they
They,
can.
they
But
can. They
legally,
can.
no, they
Legally,
can't.
they can. You
Legally,
when
they
you
can't,
sign
brother.
that birth certificate, your
No,
kids
no,
became a
no,
ward of
no,
the state.
no.
They're not owned by you.
Incorrect, brother. Legally, no. If you stand in your rights and you let these people know if they come to your house, letting you know what they gonna do with your kids, and you have the right to tell them they have nothing to do with your kids, you have the right to assume the responsibility of your kids. And if you're speaking in the correct legal sense, they cannot just take your kids. They only gonna take your kids if you are blackened in your mind, if you black in the law, you don't know what's going on. Then they can assume the
So
responsibility of your
what's going to
child because
happen
now they have
when
that
they
power of
come to your
attorney over
house?
you.
When they come to your house, they're going to take your kids. You're going to have to do all this on the back end to get your kids back. Because when your parents signed your
Okay,
birth
that's what
certificate,
you're
they
saying, but
signed you over
I
as a
was saying
ward of the
something
state.
different, brother, because I don't agree with that. That's not correct. And I'm saying something different because, like I said, I know for a fact that you have a right to say you cannot say or do anything about my child legally if you're standing in your right person. That's
Okay,
what I'm
so
saying. That's
I'm
what
not
I'm saying
saying you
to you.
don't have a right. It's a matter of the authority.
Right. And no one has authority over somebody that I had out from between my legs.
That's
Period.
true.
And that's all
But
I'm saying to you.
if
And
I have
you,
a car,
brother, it doesn't matter about what
I'm
car.
just trying
What
to
I'm saying,
explain. I'm just trying to explain.
you can't explain something to me
If
that
you
you
have a
can
piece
accept
of
as that.
property
Brother,
and you
that's you
sign it
being a
over
piece
to
of
someone
property. I'm
else,
nobody's property, though. You're speaking upon something that is
I'm
in
not
a
saying
general.
that you're the property. I'm saying when you have kids, they're according to the government, they're qualified as property. If and this is all law, this doesn't have anything. I'm not saying you don't have the rights. You have your rights and you can do this. What I'm saying is you just doing that, you're going to have to do more to get them to not do this because you signed a birth certificate making your kids a ward of the state. This is why the whole estate thing is. That's what the birth certificate is.
Right.
You're signing your kids
Mhm.
over to the state.
Yeah.
This is why this what gives them the power to make an estate and make a straw man in their name. Now, at any given point, you can be like, hey, they're no longer wards of the state, and you can take them back. But if you don't do that, this is why they send people to your, hey, someone reported that your kid wasn't eating, and they come to your house with the cops and be like, hey, well, why aren't your kids eating? Like, you don't have a right to come into my house, but they're going to try to muscle their way in the house. And if you haven't asserted the authority that these are my kids, these aren't wards of the state, they're going to take your kids. You can get them back. You can
Okay.
definitely get them back. Those are your rights. You can, but you're going to have to go through the process of.
Right. Right. That right. Can I get my opinion on this? My
Yeah.
own opinion. Okay. Thanks. And what I'm saying is if a person is standing in their private self or even in their knowledge, they don't even have to go through the paperwork if they know the correct lingo to speak and letting these people know that they know who they know their legal rights, they have responsibilities in their own home. But if a person comes and approaches them legally, supposedly police, fake ass police, which they ain't even got no authority over no damn body, they don't got no authority over nothing. That's fact of number one. So if a person is able to stand in that, they are able to let a person know, get away from my door. You don't have any rights to come in my property, say anything to me, or tell me anything about my child. They have a right to say that and stand in a legal stance. And if there's a problem, they can have a lieutenant, a captain. We can call the chief. We can call every damn body y'all need to call because they have a right to say that they have no right upon them. When a person let these people come and tell them, oh, you got to give me your child and do it, and they okay, and they doing it. That those are the people that have a right over because they don't know any better. So that's a total different being, is what I'm saying to you. I hear what you're saying, but that's for a person that's following under those people's jurisdiction.
Everybody falls under a jurisdiction
No, they
until you
don't.
break
No,
that
they don't. But
jurisdiction.
that's not right. That's not right, brother. Don't keep saying that because you're wrong.
We wouldn't be
Everybody does
having this
not fall
conversation if
under the
everyone didn't.
jurisdiction, brother. That's the
Everyone
whole
stands
point of
under that.
that's the whole
Until this,
point of
the
standing
whole
in
point of
yourself, brother.
this
Do you understand
is
what
to
standing in
break
yourself is?
the bonds. The whole point of the
But you're trying to
conversation
argue
is
something that
to
you're
get.
saying on
I'm
your
not
your
arguing.
side of a
I'm not
conversation,
arguing.
brother.
I'm
Yes, you
stating
are.
a
Everything I'm saying,
fact.
you keep saying, no, you're
Okay,
not
so
stating the fact. You're stating your
if I
opinion because
get
I'm telling you you're wrong. I'm
okay,
telling
so
you
if
100%
I get
wrong with
pulled over
saying
by
that.
the cops, right,
So
and
I'm
I'm a
telling you you're
sovereign, I'm just
100%
answer this
wrong, brother,
question.
in saying that.
Just answer this one question. If I
hmm
get pulled over by the cops and I'm a sovereign, and I say, hey, I'm a sovereign, you don't have the right to do this, and they lock me up and put me in jail.
I don't know about being a sovereign. All I know is about a person being in their correct standing as
Let me,
a
hey,
being,
let me
and there's
jump
a
in.
So,
difference in that.
but you're going to be discussing it with people who have no clue what you're talking about. So it's not, ignorance is a big deal. If someone comes to your house and they know that you have these rights and they have police officers with you and you discuss it with them, they're going to be like, yo, we can't do this, we need to leave. Versus if you discuss it with another person, they're going to get belligerent, they're going to get upset, it's going to become an argument, and then emotions come in. Once those emotions come in, you're likely to end up locked up. It's 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 good on paper, but in the real world, people have feelings, people have emotions. These officials are people, and they think they have this authority. So just like if I was to come and tell you, hey, there is no God, you're gonna look at me like, what are you talking about? So if you come to these people and be like, hey, you don't have the right to do this when they've been taught their entire 15 years on the force that, hey, I have the right to do this, they're not going to listen to you. So you do still have the right, but you don't have the means to enforce the right at that particular point of time. That's what I'm trying to say. Your kids are yours.
Okay,
You had your kids. They're yours.
let me
But
chime in just for a sec. Yo, bro.
mhm.
Let me chime in. Let me ask Sister Soul, um, etymologically speaking, is the parent paying rent for that child? And
You said
etymology wise, is the parent renting that child from the government?
they are renting that particular custody per se from the government. As long as
Okay,
the parent is the custodial person to take care of that
right,
child. That is the
right.
same. That's the type of assumption that they are taking over the person in the law
Okay,
sense.
right. So that's what I'm saying. So as a pay rent or pair rent, meaning somebody's renting something that belongs to somebody else. This is
Correct.
etymology. Okay, so once the mother signs that birth certificate, she is giving that child to the government or the system. Okay,
Right.
the
Uh-huh.
system then
I
allows
get
you
all that. I get all that.
to care for the child.
Hmm.
The system allows you to care for the child unless they hear something something about it, like
They
some
say
violation
that
or
they
whatever.
sis, real quick. I hear you, and I get all that. I'm like not far from understanding anything you said or
Mhm.
the young man has said, right? But on the
Okay.
same sense of what y'all saying, you guys are not hearing what I'm saying, and that's I think where the disconnect is coming in. So I'm gonna let y'all just keep talking about what y'all saying. Let's move on because
No, no,
we're not,
no, Carmen.
no, because I've tried to say it 3 or 4 times in 3 different ways, and y'all not getting it.
Okay,
So
but like
We
somebody
it's
understand
not a
what you're
thing.
saying. No one can own
right.
your, no one can really own your kids. They're your kids, and by right, you do have the right to enforce the fact that they can't come in your house and take your kids. You also, when you buy a house, you own that house, and you have the right to enforce the fact that they can't foreclose on that house. You have to enforce that right, or they will foreclose on your house. So that's all I'm saying. Is your kids, they're your kids. You have the right, but the contract that you made has to be voided in order for you to have the authority, the full authority. You might have some authority. You can take them to court. You can get it. But in order to have the full authority to be able to stop them as soon as they come up to your house and be like, no, you can't come in here. This is the process that you have to do to get those, to
No,
let
but
them
see,
know that you have
but
these
what?
rights.
But okay, but we keep going around in circles, and then I'm gonna say this for one more time. And as you said, that's one of the processes. You keep saying it like that's the indefinite, the only thing, and the one thing. And I'm trying to tell you, brother, it's not. And I'm gonna say it one more time. There is another process. Having the power of attorney over your own child, if you've signed a birth certificate and giving the authority of your child to another person unbeknownst to you. Once your child is of legal age or you are of the knowledge of the know all, being over the ledge of being duped and in the blackened state of the law. And once you come into the light of this, of your true senses and knowing and standing in who you are, knowing who you are and that person, and coming out of any binding constraints of a constricted witchcraft ritual type shit that they put on you, brother, right? Now you are away from that. And you have a right to stand by affirming now I am out from under your particular construction of this certificate, this certification of birth, because this is not the certification. The certification was when I came out my mama's womb and I landed. That was the certification. So what y'all put on this paper has shit to do with me. So what I'm letting y'all know right now is that you have assumed the responsibility by my mother or my grandparents or my ancestors not understanding or knowing that this knowledge was a dupe. So now that I have the knowledge, I assume the power of attorney over this, not only of my physical, spiritual being, the person that I am, but also over the being that I'll call it a shadow man that you created for me. So once you create that shadow man for me, He's sitting in the cut, but I'm going to use him now for my behalf because now that I know you constructed him, basically clone me, some GMO particle to use and access everything that belongs to me and my actual security. So now I'm going to use him for my benefit. And not only am I using him for my benefit, I'm letting you know that everything you've created to act like you have an assumption of authority over me, you no longer have. You don't have it. You never had it. You pretended to have it. You act like you had it under a fake assumption of a pretend government. So this is all I'm saying. So when these people come to your house and you are standing in your true knowledge and knowing the ledge that they cannot cross in certain boundaries based off of the law and the intention of you being the spirit being you are, you do have that right. So I hear what you're saying, but I'm just letting you know that that's not the only way.
Okay, so let me correct myself. It's not the only way. It's the path of least resistance. You're going to have to go to war for your kids, doing it your way. My way, you don't have to go to war for your kids. I'm about not challenging the government because you don't want them to slap you, which they can. They don't have the right to, but rights are being broken every day. So they can slap you if they want to. If you do it one way, then you open yourself up to an all-out battle for your kids between you and the federal government. If you do it the other way,
how is that?
because
Wait. Let's clarify something. Wait. Let's not bypass something you said very, earnestly from your opinion. You said that by doing it my way, that's an all-out battle. How would that be an all-out battle?
if
Explain
they
that.
come to your house with the cops to take your kids, and you tell them, hey, you don't have this right, they're not just going to leave and it be done with.
Why they wouldn't? Why
That's
wouldn't
not
they?
how the government works.
How do you know that?
The
Have you
person
hold on, brother? Have you went through this process yourself per se? Do you know for a fact that that wouldn't work? Let me ask you that
have
question.
you went through the process
That's
for
not the
yourself?
question. That you
Because
don't question. You don't
I'm
answer a
going through the
question
process
man.
of
Come on now. This
okay.
is not a
So
debate. We're trying to come on.
now you're
I'm
trying
not.
to
I'm
get
not
into an
going to do this
argument.
with you.
Your stance
I'm
is
starting an argument because
and
I'm
I'm
asking you
agreeing
a
with your
question.
stance. You're arguing with something that I'm agreeing with.
I'm
I'm
arguing.
agreeing with your stance. If you have kids, you have the right to tell them, no, you can't do anything for my kids. You have that right. But if you're telling it to someone who doesn't understand that, they're not just going to, if I come to you and you have this car, and I'll be like, yo, give me your car. And I feel like that I have a right to your car, and you tell me you don't have a right to this car, I'm not finna just leave. I'm finna go read up and find out how I can get your car.
Sir,
You
you're
will
talking
hear
about
from me
something
again.
totally different. I'm
No,
sorry, we're getting away
we're
from what
talking
we're
about
talking
we're
about.
talking about we're talking about people in the real world. People, emotions. What you're talking about is void of
What does
an
emotions
emotional
have to do with
person
facts?
that you're
You're getting
talking to.
emotional right now
No,
because
I'm not
you
talking
going
about
around the
your
question.
emotions. I'm
But
talking about
it
if a
seems to
government
be.
official comes to your house. This is a person with emotions that this is their job. This is what they've been doing for 20 something years. They've taken multiple kids from people. So
Right.
they're not going to understand what you're talking about.
They're
So
gonna know.
you can say it, but you're going to have to go through a process of proving it to that person to get them to officially let it go.
Why do you
That's
keep
all I'm saying.
saying that? Why do you keep saying that? That's not true. You're going off of you're going off of your opinions,
I'm not. I'm going
sir.
off of. I'm going off of other stuff.
No, you're going off an opinion, and you never answered my question. Came
The
back with a
entire
question
purpose of this conversation is because
to me, and I'm just trying to ask you a question.
we're trying to remove ourselves from contracts that we've made for ourselves that basically indebt us
Right,
to
and
the government.
there are more than one
These
way.
contracts
There are
you can't
more
just
than
come
one
up
way to
and
remove
to a cop
yourself,
and be like,
young
hey,
man.
you
Just
can't
because
arrest
you're not
me.
aware of the other ways does
It's
not
not about
mean
being
that
aware.
it's a
If
problem. And I thought if we were discussing these things, it's
if a
open
cop
for
wants to arrest
discussion,
you,
which means that a person should be
if
able
a
to state
cop wants
what
to
they know
arrest
as
you, they're
well.
going
And
to
just because you're
arrest you. It
speaking
doesn't
on,
matter about your rights. It doesn't matter if
they're
you're a
not.
They
Stop
do it every
lying. Now
day.
you're
There
lying,
are
sir.
people
You
seeing. There
are
are people
lying,
suing.
sir.
I
That's
can pull it up on.
incorrect.
I can pull it up on any
Talking
social
over
media.
me is not going to make your
I can
fact
pull
more
up. I mean, you're
evident.
doing the same
You are
thing, so I'm
sitting here
not finna
acting
sit
like
here and
you're
let
in the
somebody talk
wrong,
over me.
and
If you
you're
want to have a
literally telling a
respectful
lie right
conversation,
now.
have a respectful
You're
conversation.
literally
If you
telling a
don't want
lie,
to have
and
a
you're calling
respectful
me a liar at the
conversation, we
same
don't
time.
have
So
to
I'm
have
not
a
going.
respectful conversation because
It's
you're
not
on here
respectful when
asking
you're
me
talking over me.
questions. You're
You
on
keep
here
talking
asking
over me,
me
sir.
to
It's not
put
respectful
stuff
when you're
out
talking
for
over me.
you. This
And
is
if you
you
think you can
asking
talk over
me to
me and I
tell
won't
you how
continue
to go
refuse,
and what
then
to
I don't
do.
know
Hey,
how you
how do
think
you
that's
do this
going to
with
happen.
UCC-1? Hey, how do you do this right there? You're asking me. The whole thing was
I
for
didn't
me to
ask
come
you
over here
anything.
and give.
That's a
Then why
lie.
are you on the
That's a
call?
lie.
Why are you on the
Why?
call?
Because I was
What
invited, mister.
if the
You see me?
purpose
Why am
of
I
this
on here?
call was for
Can you
me
ask,
to
can
tell you
you let
guys
me know
something
what's
and to
going on here?
educate people?
Was
I
this
don't
meant to be
want to hear any of it
argumentative or
anymore. I
what?
don't
Because I
care.
thought I was
It's a pointless
invited on here.
conversation. I'm done having the conversation. It's completely pointless. I'm arguing with a perfect stranger for no reason about on a show that was asked for me to come on and tell stuff. And I'm telling stuff and you're arguing. That makes no sense whatsoever. That makes no sense.
So this is a
Okay,
show to
so
make me look
it
like a
doesn't
fool,
matter
I
if this is how it is. You don't have to take it to an argument. The stuff was cool at first, and then you took it there, and then it
I
went
took
there.
it
It
there.
doesn't have to go there. Well, agree to disagree and stop
Why do
talking.
you keep
That's the
stop
easiest.
talking to
That
me?
is the
Stop. You can
easiest
stop me
point.
from
I'm
talking
on
to
the
you
show.
and
The show
talking.
is about me. Stop talking.
Why was I
That's
invited?
the
You're not
easiest
talking.
part
Don't
of
tell
it. You
me
know
what
what?
I'm
All
talking.
right, hey Denise, like I'll holler at you later. Like if we want to do this again, I'll do it. Just she can't be on there because I'm not dealing with that shit.
It's all good, bro. It's all good,
Like
bro.
that's some bullshit. If you want my opinion, answer and shut the fuck up. Don't keep coming at me on that shit. I'm trying to help you out. What the fuck? What?
Speak your mind, bro.
Trying to help you out. You spewing information that might work for you, but the person that's at the house listening, you might get their kid snatched because you giving them wrong information because your feelings are involved. So this lady that's sitting at home that is really trying to find out, hey, how do I get my kids back? Well, if I listen to Sister Soul, then I'm gonna have to go to fucking war with the government. If I listen to Sean, then I don't have to go to war with the government. I don't even have to deal with any of that. Who would you rather listen to? I would rather listen to the person that I don't have to go to war with the government, which is still the government. Like, am I speaking a different language? Does this not make sense to anyone but me?
Preach,
That's
brother.
crazy. Like,
Speak
if
your
you
mind,
want to do it that way, do it that way. But don't tell everybody else this is the way that you should do it because no, like you said, that's not the only way to do it. And your way is going to cause drama and friction. My way isn't. Pick which one you want to do. That's simple.
And yeah, so you're allowed to speak. You're allowed to address the chat. And a lot of people had questions up there and now down here. So Carleif Livingston had a good question about the redemption package. He said, how can I get
If
one
he
of those?
if you Google it, you should be able to find it. If not, if you shoot me your email address in the private chat, I'll just send you a copy of it. Anyone who wants the redemption pack, just if you can't find it on Google, just go into the private chat and shoot me your email, and I'll send you a copy of it.
Okay, so earlier in the show, there was some questions about clarification is as living in the private you also have the rights to charge personal assets. And let me
Give
put
me 1 second. Let me send him off this real quick.
Okay.
That's not who I want to send it to. It's KARKY. All right, Mr. Livingston, I sent it to you. What was your question again?
I put it on the it's on the ticker. You see it on the screen? Sister Soul Life.
Classification. As a living in the private, you also have the right to change on personal assets.
Charge.
If they're
Charge
your
on personal.
if you take them out of the public and put them to your private so that you control them, then yeah, you do. So as long as you can, when you register your car, when you register your deed, when you register any of this, the definition of registering is giving. So when you register your car, you're essentially giving your car to the government. When if you have a deed, um, or if you have a lease or whatever, your bill of sale for the house you bought, it's going to say somewhere on there, it's going to say tenancy or it's going to say tenant or something like that because you bought the house, but then you gave them their house through the registration. The only way to make those items private so that you don't have to pay land taxes, so that you don't have to pay sales taxes, you have to move them into the private. So they will have to be registered under your private self versus under the public straw man, if that makes sense.
Makes sense to me. Um, are there any tips that you will have for people who are going through this process? Even if they're not stuck, or I mean, what are some things you should know as you move forward this with this UCC-1? What were
Um,
your main traps? How'd you get out of it?
the UCC-1 was kind of simple. The main thing about it is this isn't like a fast process. It's not something that you're going to be able to do in 30 days. And the knowledge that you have to obtain to be able to continually live and operate in the private, it's going to be something that you're going to have to spend a lot of time learning. Like you're going to have to read books. I would advise taking an accounting class because once you get your secure party creditor status, you then become a bank. So then it's about banking at that point in time. So if you're not really good with numbers, you don't know about dividends, you know what I'm saying? You don't know about accounts receivables, you don't know about this type of stuff. You should learn about that type of stuff. It'll just help you out. It'll help you out so much more. And just understanding the legalese. Also get a dictionary. Like get a dictionary whenever you read something in UCC. I would read the Constitution. I would read your state's Constitution. I will read the amendments. You should understand fully what a 14th Amendment citizen is and how to go about navigating the system. I don't ever want to have to go to war with the government. I don't ever want to have beef with the government because then your FBI, CIA, Secret Service, all of them. If they want it, they've killed presidents. So if they really want to get rid of you because you're causing too much problems, you will be getting rid of. And it'll be that simple. So you don't want to go at it from a war. This is you. You're acknowledging I have this power. So now you can't come at me that way because you're telling me I have this power. I have this paperwork, this paperwork, this paperwork. This is signed by the Attorney General. This is signed by this person, and you go all the way through it, so you don't have to worry about that war. So then, if a cop does violate your rights, you don't get belligerent with him. You don't get angry with him. If he takes you to jail, you go to jail. And then when you get out of jail, you go through your administrative process. You liquidate his insurance, and he will never be a cop ever again in life because you took the insurance that he has to have to operate in the system. So really just education, just stuff like this, where you have conversations about it, where you can ask questions, with stuff like this, just talking to people, bouncing ideas off each other. That's one of the best. Get a community, find a community that's talking about this stuff and that's always trying to learn and do better, because that's really the way I've come to it, is just listening to people, talking to people, and reading.
Okay. Peace and love to Tribe Ties. I see you in the house. Again, Carly, you know, I already know who you are, and I know that you need this is my nephew, by the way, Carly. Sean Sims can be in touch with you, and Sean, you would want to be in touch with him. Trust me.
Yeah, I just sent him an email. If you got a question, just shoot me an email back.
Yeah, exactly. So I did have a list of questions over here. I'm gonna go get them now while it's quiet.
In the meantime, can you elaborate on the common law that you talk about that we need to be under to get from under?
Common law is the law of the land. That's the basic law. That was the law when Jesus was here. That's the law. That was the law of the land. Every that is the only real law. Everything else are statutes. They're codes. They're built on top of the law. So common law basically states there has to be an injured party. If there's no injured party, there is no disagreement. So if I walk up and I punch you, I injured you. Now you can sue me for that. If I vandalize your house, there has to be some form of injury. If there's no form of injury, then you can't be tried under common law. But common law that's the law of the land. That's the law that's always been there, just common decency. And then they built the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, all that other stuff. UCC is built on top of the common law. Does that answer, Mom?
So do we have to go back to the common law and practicing trying to get our straw man up under us? We're dealing with the common law.
You don't. The only time you really have to deal with the law is if you're trying to get something removed or you're trying to get something taken care of. Depending on what you're trying to do, there's multiple ways of doing it because there's multiple remedies that have been put into different laws. So there's a remedy that's in the Constitution. There's a remedy that's in the UCC. There's a remedy that's all these have different remedies for dispersing debt. So whichever remedy that you want to take, whichever remedy that's best for you, you should learn the laws around that remedy. You just need to know how to argue it. If someone comes to you and they ask you, why do you have the right to do this? You can't be like, you have to be able to be like, hey, per this article, this gives me the right to do this. And if you disagree with it, then let me know that this law that is enacted that you have to follow is a lie, and they can't do that. So it's really majority of the things you deal with, there's some type of fraud going on. It's you know that they're breaking the law. So it's only so far that they can take you in the court of law, because at some point in time, if I take it too far, I'm gonna have the judge subpoena you for an accounting. I'm gonna have the judge subpoena you for a list of the collateral. And once you give me a list of collateral that shows this house is not my real collateral, you no longer have title to the house. You still have title to the agreement that we signed, but since you lied, now the agreement is null and void because of fraud. So now you get nothing. You have to understand what steps to take. If they do this, okay, the law gives me to be able to do this. If they do this, well, then this law, because it's common law, it's trust law, it's civil law, it's maritime law, which is the law of the sea. Like it's a bunch of different laws stacked on top of each other. So you just got to decide which one. All you have to do is prove in court that they made one error. They broke one law. That's you got to prove one law. So if you have 150 laws that they broke and you only have to prove one, prove that one law and then get rid of it.
Okay, and so I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Look, as a sovereign, do you think do sovereigns need backup? In other words, would it be feasible for a sovereign to join a nation?
Depending on how you want to do it, technically, if you go back to how everything was originally set up, the government was set up for our benefit. So the original purpose of the government is to help us to enforce laws and to make stuff run a lot smoother. So the government is your backup. Even in sovereignty, the government is your backup. Most people, if you're in the private, a public entity can't come after you in the private. Only another private individual can come after you in the private. So if you're dealing with a public corporation, send the government after them. Now, if you're dealing with a private person, then you should join the nation, because then you're going to have to deal with that. But you can still come after them in the government in civil court, small claims. So if you
Okay.
you want to be away from it as the living person, but you still want your straw man to be able to interact with the economy. So when you're dealing with something in the public, which is basically anything involving a corporation, then you want to send the government after them. You want the government to be the person that comes after the people. Like you said, you can fill out a form of, I think it was 4898, which is basically telling them that these people are doing tax evasion. And then you can file out a 211, which is a whistleblower form, and you can send the IRS after whatever company you want to go after. So you don't even have to do anything with them because the IRS is going to take care of it. I would much rather, if you owe me money, I would much rather some dudes in the black suit show up to your door versus me show up to your door. Because these dudes in the black suit, you finna be like, oh man, he sent the IRS after me versus I show up by myself. I'm big, so you might still be like, oh man, but it's not going to carry the same type of weight.
Okay. So I'm about to share my screen and show you this document that I found while I was digging into sovereignty or UCC. Can you see my screen right now, Sean? It
No,
says
it
Adobe
shows you,
Acrobat.
it shows me, and it shows Taz's screensaver.
Hold on.
Did you do the share of the volume?
I did. It's yeah. Things don't want to act right just yet. It says that I'm sharing. So
I see
wait,
it
let me
now.
see
It's loading up.
if I'm just a little bit slow. My Wi-Fi is a little bit slow. You see it now? Okay, I'm
Yeah,
gonna wait a
it's
minute.
loading.
It's low. Okay, okay. So this is a document I found while trying to search for some stuff is interested in being sovereign. And one of the documents I found is an FBI document. I see it still twirling. Any other time, I'm fine.
Oh, she dropped out. She dropped out. All right, let me find those forms. I'll give you guys those forms while we're waiting on them. Where was it? Where was it? So if you want to make the postal service a witness to any contract, it's PS form 3877. Again, it's PS form 3877. You just take that in with your package. They'll fill it out for you, and the person will sign it, and that'll be a witness. Let's see. Oh, you back? Yeah.
Okay, I got booted as soon as this document came up. It looks like I have to share again, but the document is loaded. Like I said, at no other time do I have this problem except when we trying to bring that real stuff, when we try to bring that truth. Only that happens. So just bear with me. Don't leave. I'm gonna put this document. There we go. There we go. Okay, you see it?
It's
It says
loading.
unclassified. Okay. Let me know when you can see this document.
Peace and love, peace and love. I'm back, I'm back, I'm back.
You back just in time, Taz.
There we go. I can see it.
Okay. Unclassified or law enforcement sensitive. This is Domestic Terrorism Operations Unit 11. This is the FBI. Um, Sovereign Citizens, an introduction for law enforcement. This is what I found by studying UCC-1, and you're just the guy that I want to help me debunk some of these things that I've been reading.
Okay.
So I'm steady trying to scroll. If Cass is back, can you pull this document up?
Yeah, where is it at?
Did I put it in our drive? It's that sovereign citizen PDF that I
Oh
sent
yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah. It should be. It's probably
Yeah,
on the drive. I mean, I'm not gonna.
yeah, because it's not Wi-Fi is not going to tolerate me tonight.
All right, let me head there. 1 second.
And you can,
Stop sharing.
I can stop sharing,
Yeah,
but
you.
I'm still going to read. I'm still going to be reading from over here. In
Okay.
fact, when you put it up, I would like to read some of this stuff, and it's either fraudulent of them because they're putting out fraudulent material to stop us from being who we are or knowing who we are, or the FBI is really watching this UCC-1 stuff for the purpose of saying that the methods that they use after they declare themselves or did they UCC-1 documentation, it's saying the FBI is saying from that point on things go fraudulent, and so
What
they
Genesis?
yeah.
So with the UCC-1, you have to have some claim on whatever you're putting the lien on. So if you just put a lien on something, that's a fraudulent lien. So
No,
when you're putting the say it again.
what they're saying is the process of getting the money, and it's the same
Mm-hmm.
process that you discussed. They're saying because um, they're saying banks don't want the hassle of being sued when they see your legal documents that are notarized, then they just assume that maybe they missed something and they go ahead on and put that money out. But I see from you now, you saying the treasurer actually does that.
Mm-hmm.
However, FBI is saying you can become sovereign. The UCC one is a legal document, but the actions that take place after that person is sovereign are fraudulent. And for any kind of way that they collect monies or get things without paying for it with monies is fraudulent, and you're gonna be washed and probably um, Proed, and that's what this whole document is saying. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, this happened. This is true. However, this part is not. So they're debunking the whole sovereignty thing. They explains it as um, like rednecks who were going against the government, and they equate it to like Tea Party ish,
Mm-hmm.
and says that okay, they don't like what the government's doing. They got these documents passed on UCC-1 that makes them sovereign, but then they're saying, but everything they did after that is fraudulent. And so if Taz might have the same problem that I was having pulling it up,
No,
surely
I'm actually looking through here, and it's not on the drive. Says not on the one we share
okay.
anyway. So if you could send
Okay,
it to
so give me
me.
Sean, have you heard of this document?
I haven't. I kind of avoid stuff that use the word sovereign. I feel like that has a negative connotation, and if you say it to a government official, they're going to immediately get the because it comes with stereotypes. If that makes sense. So
It
the
does.
process that I'm doing, majority of it you're not even doing. So once you charge your account and you send your bond to the treasury is going to send you back a bank account. So you're not going to be dealing with a regular bank. You're going to be dealing directly with the treasury at that point in time. So then from that point, if you want money, the treasury is going to send you a check or they're going to ACH it into your account. So you can't come after me for fraud if it's coming from the US Treasury, if that makes sense. Now with the UCC ones are fraudulent if you don't have a security interest. So when you place a UCC on yourself, the security agreement gives you the security interest in that collateral, which allows you to be able to do it. So now if you were to place a security lien on anybody else and you don't have a security interest in that property, so now it's now fraud. Now they're going to come after you. if that makes sense. You have to have a security interest in it. You can't just put liens on people. You have to have a verifiable source that this is what gives me the ability to do this. Because if they come and be like, hey, how did you list? You need to be able to be like, oh, well, here it is. So what the banks do, you sign a contract with them. That's their invested interest. Now they can put a lien on you.
Okay, so is this document just a deterrent?
It's more of a deterrent. It's for people who aren't doing the whole process, because they're a step to it. A lot of people who do the sovereign process, they never get into the personal banking part of it, and they figure out this part and they stay over here. Where if you file a UCC-1, that's more for asset protection. So it doesn't really separate you from your straw man like you would want it to. It just makes it so no one can come after your stuff. So technically, you still have all these contracts out here that are saying that you're your straw man. So you need to start Form 1099B. That's for liquidating. That's a brokerage. That's how you get them to liquidate your stuff. That's how you get them to liquidate your license. That's how you get them to liquidate your deed. This is how you get them to liquidate your social security card. This is how you get them to liquidate. Once you liquidate all these, you won't be called a sovereign. You'll be called a resident alien. So it comes as different. It's a different part of it.
Okay. Okay, Taz, did you get that through Messenger?
Yeah, I just seen that Brother Leaf wanted to come on the panel, so I was emailing him.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and Gerton said the etymology of the word sovereignty comes from the Latin word super anus. I mean, it sounds funny, but I mean,
Right.
Yeah.
it does have etymological roots in that, believe it or not. Peace and love, brother. Peace and love. Welcome to the panel.
Hey, what's
Peace and
going on?
love,
What's
Brother
going
Lee.
on? What's going on?
Yes,
Definitely,
sir.
definitely. I've definitely been listening to you. Y'all just provide some amazing information. So I'm definitely, as you can see by my cheekbones, I'm excited.
Man,
I'm
we gonna
definitely
see
excited.
you too. Oh
Hey,
yeah, oh yeah.
you and I, let me pull this up for the sis real quick. But you and I been having these conversations in regards about this, brother. So so it's I know your dire interest in it. So and the brother, as you can see, is well versed in more than
Yes.
a lot further than I could even speculate of being. So but this is the document that the sis is trying to. Oh, I seen this document before. I just can't remember where. Think you sent it to me, sis?
Yeah, you know what? It was on our Trio Dio site under Yasini Studies. But yeah, I just sent it through
Oh,
Messenger. And meanwhile, Brother Lee, do you have anything you want to say? Do you want to introduce yourself? Do you want to?
I mean, as you can see, I go by Brother Leaf, Mr. Prophet 369. I got so many monikers, it's amazing. You know what I'm saying? But I'm really just here to really just kind of, I'm literally like, I was sitting in the back of the class, but I just asked the teacher, hey, can I sit to the front of the class? And the teacher just said yes. So I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like all I did was really kind of just change my seat. I may have a question or two, or may be able to kind of elaborate on what's being said. I try and be well versed, but I definitely really just moved my seat up. I can't even lie. Straight up.
Okay. And
Straight up.
Sean, it was a good thing when he came in because I wanted you to hear what one of his other names is, and that's Mr. Prophet.
Oh
I will
yeah.
let you there.
Yeah, we definitely get into the stocks and the crypto and reading the markets and stuff like that and investing. We're trying to in a sense, I feel like we're kind of doing the same thing. I think you just have the ultimate plan. I just had a plan. but it was to financially free people. Was my agenda, but you and the information that you're presenting with the sister and the brother are finding ways to completely provide freedom, not just an aspect of life. So, no, I'm definitely.
Can you send me this file? Because just reading through it, a lot of the words in it, like they believe a secret bank account exists. Like a lot of the words sound like this was made up to deter people from doing it, because it's not a secret bank account.
Yeah, they're having this all over the news. They're trying to deter people from doing it, but they're failing in the fact that while they're advertising that they're doing something illegal, they can never show nobody.
They can't. I paid 2 bills with my social security number. They reversed it after they reversed it, but I paid 2 bills. I went on the internet and I Googled the Federal Reserve Bank that's over my regional area. I went to it was Marina Finance and Capital One, and I put in that tracking number and I put in my social security number as the bank number, and it paid both of those accounts. And when it pulled up, it said Federal Reserve Bank account, and it paid both of those accounts. And it went all the way through, and then they reversed it. And then I got letters from both of my creditors saying, hey, something happened and your payment didn't go through. But yeah, it went through. You just found out what you did. That's what really put me on to, okay, so this is real.
I mean, because at the end of the day, they're just 9-digit numbers, from an EIN to a social security number to a bank account. They're all 9-digit numbers.
Yeah, I'll have your, yes.
Yeah, is there a way for you to share that in a link so Sean can grab it and scroll all the way through it?
Have you, if you could see right here, oh, well, you know that there's a private chat right here within the stream. So I'm gonna post all you have to do is copy it.
My Wi-Fi won't let me do shit, and I promise you, I'm up to par.
Yeah, on the right-hand side of the screen, you should be able to see that there's a private chat for just the people in the panel.
Okay, Sean, did you grab that? Brother Prophet, you might want to grab that too. But,
what's that?
This document we found, and it's been verified by Sean that it's a deterrent to stop you from being sovereign. And although it lists all the things that Sean has talked about, the straw man and everything, it's still saying that.
Okay, so it's this guy named Chris Hauser. He's in Tennessee. He's getting people out of jail by doing conditional acceptances. The same thing that they're saying right now that you can't do.
I mean,
he's getting people out of jail using that.
Okay, so what you just said, let me piggyback off that and let's bring it on the level that everybody understands. Remember, Tupac was in prison. Whatchamacallit paid for him to get out.
Right.
Meaning that, like, at the end of the day, we can, like, literally the game of Monopoly, we can still buy bonds and have bonds on deck and go pay a bond to get somebody out of jail or prison. Still.
Really?
It's really crazy because they're literally giving you the process.
That's why
they're literally giving you the process of doing it.
Well, that's the whole thing about game. Like I've had people run game on me a lot of times, but they don't know I'm literally allowing them to do it in front of me so I can learn. You can't do something in front of somebody without doing something in front of somebody. Think about it. You have to get a bondsman to go get somebody out of jail. What is a bondsman? A person that just sits around with bonds. That's it. A lot of times they don't even really sit around with them. They get them fronted to them from what I'm hearing, but that's business 101. You always get things fronted. So, but it's definitely right there in your face. So with you saying, you said something about a conditional, somebody's getting people out of jail and they're doing what now?
He's sending conditional acceptances. Basically,
let me write that down.
Okay, so the jail process it's a money system. You're going to jail as a surety under the bonds that they created. When they write you a ticket, That's a contract. If you sign it, you're contractually agreeing to show up on this date to plead. They're going to take that contract and they're going to open up bonds in this contract. Yep. You being arrested, you're getting arrested and held because these bonds are outstanding.
Right.
So there's bail bonds, there's penal bonds. They open up, depending on your case, they open up 3 to 6 different bonds that can range anywhere from $1 million to $2 million per bond. If you, when you get to a point where you're a secure creditor, and I'll have to see how he's doing it because he's not even doing the secure creditor part. He's doing it outside of that. But this judge friend he had, he's using conditional acceptances to bias people. A conditional acceptance, okay, there's a rule, it's called the mailbox rule. If I send you something certified mail and you sign for it, then you agree to whatever's in that package. So if I send you an acceptance, hey, I accept this ticket under the conditions that you do this and this and this and this and this, and I send it to the judge, or I send it to the head of the bank, or I send it to one of them certified mail, you get a certified mail number, that's your contract number. So now if they don't perform the duties that are in that contract, you put the wording in there that you are now bound by this contract, and you admit that this debt is gone. I make them give me their power of attorney. You give me your power of attorney to fill out any forms I need to satisfy this debt. Now that's a legally binding contract between me and this person due to the mailbox code.
Right.
So once you do that, you now owe me money. So that's a biasing agent right there. You can't judge me because you now owe me money due to this conditional acceptance. You've been biased now. So it's a couple different ways to get people out. In jail, you can challenge jurisdiction.
Right.
The best part is to get rid of the bonds that they created. And once you get to a point where you can access your account, if they arrest you, if they give you a ticket, just go in there and write off the bonds. Once the bonds are satisfied, they can't hold you.
That's all it is. At the end of the day, they just found a way to attach the living vessel to court. Court was designed for businesses. It still is. It's just they've actually breaking a law that was a law that you're not supposed to be. You can't be in prison for debt.
Yep. And technically, most courts aren't even courts anymore. They're administrative tribunals.
Right.
You don't even really have the authority. You lost the authority when it became commercial. This is no longer judicial. It's commercial. It's for profit. And behind my back, you're making bonds for my trust to get money from me. That right there, that's illegal. All you got to do is prove it. Majority of the time, if you come up and you say that to a judge and be like, hey, I know this is what you're doing. Provide me with the QSIP numbers of this bond. 9 times out of 10, they're going to throw it out.
Well, they legally have to. It's the same thing when you ask a police officer, hey, I need your badge number and your bond number. See, when they hear that, it's a whole different, now you're going to be dealing with a whole different person, because now they know that you're educated. And they possibly assume that your family's educated, so they're not going to do anything to you or let anything happen to you because they know that it's going to cost them.
Yep. Coming for your insurance.
Right. You put that lien on that bond, like you say, they're literally, and you could tell them, hey, okay, well, hey, listen, you can do whatever you want to do. You know, like I was listening to you talk to the sister earlier and trying to let her know, hey, listen, we all do have rights. But certain situations, you got to know when to fight and when not to, because you're going to put yourself in a situation that you're going to be right, but you could be dead. Yep. And then now, what's the what good was being right there?
Versus, that's what I was trying to get her to understand. You're dealing with a person. If you piss this person off by giving them information that they don't believe is true, they still have an authority to do something to you. You could still go to jail. You're going to get out because you have rights and they violated your rights. So you're going to be able to get remedy, but you're still going to have to spend the next day or the next 6 hours in jail, which I don't want to sit any time.
I don't want to do, not to prove a point.
Not to prove a point. Like, I already know these are my rights. So
I know I got rights. If you don't know, that's even better for me. I'll just throw a lien on your bond. I'll charge you for every hour that I'm in jail. You know what I'm saying? For my time. You know what I'm saying?
When I get out, you don't have a job no more. Now your family is hurting because you made a bad decision. I guarantee you won't make it again.
It worked for me now.
That's why I was trying to get it. Like, it's two different ways. You can go over way of confrontation, but ultimately, the boys in blue, it's a bunch of them, and it's just you.
Right.
So if they really want to come get you, they gonna come. The Chris Hauser guy, they locked him up. Tried to say that he filed frivolous UCC-1s, and they locked him up for 3 years. Now he's out, and he's getting ready to take his case to the Supreme Court.
Right,
he's getting ready to own a bunch of Tennessee because you screwed up.
Right.
But since he was trying to battle with them, he's an older white guy. He's not a black guy, so he's like, show me what you got, and they showed you what they had, and they took 3 years of your life that you didn't have to get removed from if you would have took the process a different way. Right. Now, you're going to get paid for it, but you still lost them 3 years. You can't get back.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to avoid. I don't want to have to deal with none of the confrontation whatsoever. I don't want confrontation.
Because you can't, your rights don't technically control that.
Mm-hmm. The person's emotions at the time
control the results of what can happen. It's just you knowing something. That's all it is. Like you said, if the other person doesn't know it, then like it's the right then and there. It's no use. It says they're all registered crimes.
That's what I'm like. You want to file the paperwork, so when they go on their systems, they see, ooh, don't touch him. Right. You don't want to be like, don't touch me. You want them to be like, hey, don't touch him, bro. Like, don't mess with him. That's not the one.
It's almost like diplomatic immunity or something like that. Like you could literally be flagged to where like the cops don't pull you over. They don't mess with you. They don't just
That's
because
the ultimate goal.
Right.
To get ambassador place and the ambassador license. You can't mess with me unless I'm killing someone or I'm beating somebody up or I'm doing something
now
like
I understand what in a sense how that could tie in, because being sovereign is in a sense, or you know what I'm saying, or being private in a sense is like being your own country.
Yeah. The only law you have to follow is common law at that point. Common law, there has to be an injured party. If there's no injured party, then there's no offense. Right. So if I'm not beating someone up, you can't. The only thing you can do is pull me over and ask me to slow down. Right. And if I don't want to slow down, you still can't do anything to me about it. I can speed off. The only thing you can do is pull me over again and be like, please slow down.
Right.
If you take me to jail, I'm gonna own your house, your car. You're not gonna have a job. Like you don't want to go that route. And I know your computer in your car says that. Don't pull him over. Don't mess with him. So that's the ultimate goal I'm trying to get to, the path of least resistance. I don't want to have to battle for my rights. I want you to automatically pull my name up. Oh, he has rights. Don't mess with him. That's my agenda. That's what I want. If I'm riding in the car with my mom or a girlfriend or a friend, hey, don't say nothing. Let me do this.
Don't say nothing. Right. I'd be like, hey, don't say nothing. Let me talk. And that's because I have a family member of mine is been in law enforcement for like over 20 years. So I definitely knew about placing liens on bonds and stuff like that. So I kind of really don't have issues with the law. I don't try and create any situations or try and prove anything, but I always let it be known as soon as I'm pulled over, you know what I'm saying? Well, hey, listen, while you're getting information as far as my license and my registrations, just to make sure that I have this for my record on one of your business cards, can you provide me with your badge number and also your bond number? So now they're not going to be taking all day back there when it comes to giving you a ticket. If they got to give you a ticket, they're not going to play with you because they already know this person is educated. They only play with the uneducated.
And if they give you a ticket, ask them what happens if you don't sign it.
Nothing.
If they tell you nothing happens, don't sign it. If they tell you something happens, sign it, but sign it under duress, fraud, and extortion.
Right, because now that's also illegal.
You threaten me.
A person can't sign a contract under duress.
Under distress, yep. You threaten me, and you have a gun, and I keep seeing people getting shot. So now you threatening that you're going to do something to me to get me to sign this. I'm going to sign it, but you just voided the whole contract. So now when you take it in, they're going to see, oh, he signed this under duress, fraud, and extortion. You probably won't hear anything else from him after that point.
No, because then they don't want that civil suit that could possibly come behind.
It's coming. and that's what the Chris Hauser dude, that's what got him in trouble. He was trying to get rid of child support. He ended up leaning
Oh,
leaned.
what is the guy? Oh, I know another guy named Chris John. Is Chris Johnson?
His name is
the
Chris
league of-
Hauser. He's
Oh,
he's an
okay.
older white dude from Tennessee.
Oh,
He
okay.
put like $4 million liens on like 4 judges, the police commissioner, the county of the clerk. Like it came up to like $20 million in liens that he placed on all these government officials. So since he took the path of resistance, the commissioner came and they arrested him. They didn't show him any warrant. They didn't show him anything, and they put him in jail. And then when he came into court, they actually held the court service. They would not let him come into the court. So they had a lawyer that he did not want to be his lawyer plead for him, which is breaking the law. But you lost 3 years of your life because you wanted to challenge the powers to be when it's another way of doing it. You should have went after their insurance. You shouldn't have went after them personally. You should have went after their office. Don't go after the person, because if you take away a man's ability to feed his family, he might kill you. So don't go after the person.
Exactly. Will.
Go after their office. Go after their insurance.
Right. No, definitely.
But he gonna end up owning Tennessee in a little while.
I don't say I don't. I'm not gonna say that he shouldn't. I'm just gonna say by the same way that they locked him up, they can do something else, and they'll make sure that
Right.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like you just gotta. It's always a way to operate.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what is your ultimate goal? Is to prove something the ultimate goal, or to benefit from the results?
That's what it is.
Knowledge
The whole process, you have to stay in honor. Staying in honor means you can't be belligerent, you can't argue, you can't be combative. You immediately go into dishonor when you become combative. That's why if you're belligerent, a cop can put you in handcuffs and put you in the back of his car until you calm down. That's legal. It's messed up, but it's legal because you're belligerent. You're in dishonor.
Right.
That's why you're not supposed to get mad. You're supposed to plead the fifth. I do not answer any questions. This is what's going on. Give me what you're going to give me and let me be about my way. Like, I'll handle it in the private. You're a public official. I'm going to handle it in the private. I'm not going to argue with you. If you tell me I was speeding, okay, I was speeding. You want to give me this ticket? Well, what happens if I don't sign it? Well, if you don't sign it, then nothing happens. Well, give me the ticket. I'm going to rip it up and I'm going to send it back to the courthouse. Right. Unsigned. If you make me sign it, then I'm going to sign it under distress. I'm going to sign it under fraud. I'm going to sign it under extortion. And then when you call me in the court for it, I'm going to tell them, hey, this police officer had a gun and he threatened me to make me sign this. You need to throw this out. And it's going to get thrown out. It's just, you got to stay within honor. That's the hardest thing, because when you're taught, when you're accused of something or when someone talks crazy to you, you're taught to respond with craziness. But if you do that, then you go on dishonor.
Right.
That's what gives them their power. That's what gives them their jurisdiction. It's all kinds of videos on TikTok about people that are walking around filming government agencies and they're doing this to show you can do it. Like, so if you get me, you're going to put me in handcuffs. You see them get put in handcuffs. You see them get put in the car. You see all the public stuff. What you don't see is after they get out, they go and they slap their insurance. You don't get to see that part. But you do see them get put in handcuffs. And you see them go through the process.
And it makes sense. Like, why would this person jeopardize doing this particular thing? Because they know they've got $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 coming to them after they or better, because they're gonna, like you say, place a lien.
That's a full-time job. That's people are getting paid off doing that. Auditing the police. You break my rights, I'm coming for you. Like, and that's where they're like, I know who you are. Well, then you better not do it. Right. You know what I want. Like, you know what I'm gonna do if you do it. If you will violate my rights, then I'm gonna come for your money.
Once they figure out who the audit is, then the aggression and the tone changes. They start backing up. You know what I'm saying?
They start driving past you when they see your car.
You can be right there, but you can't be over here. You know, and the auditor be like, well, you know, I'm not trying to be over there. I'm where I'm at right here. I know I can legally be at, and you know, it definitely it shows it shows how sometimes information can be powerful.
Really is. In contract law, back in the day before they were writing and stuff, contracts was all verbal. A verbal contract is enforceable by law, and it's stronger than a written contract. The only issue you have is proving that you have a verbal contract.
Right,
so
of course.
Back in the day, you would have 3 witnesses. If I got a witness between our verbal contract, I can sue you for it. So if a cop is trained on to get you to verbally contradict yourself with the questions that they ask you, this is why you're not supposed to say anything to them. It's supposed to be, I plead the fifth. I don't talk to you at all. Like, I'm not arguing. I'm not doing none of that. Whatever you say is fine. Once you plead the fifth, nothing happens to you. But if you start engaging and you slip up and you tell them something, now you're back on their jurisdiction. Now you're going to jail because you opened your mouth. You should just be quiet. Let them do what they go do.
Right.
Handle your business. Let them handle your business. Don't mess with stuff that you can't change. If you get pulled over by a cop, do what you're supposed to do. And then when you get home, get on the computer, start typing up that paperwork. You'll get it tomorrow. Like, I'm sending this certified mail. You'll get it tomorrow. You're going to sign for it, so you agree to it. Now I'm finna come for you. Finna regret it.
So the brother 104D has a question for you. He's asking, my apologies if late. Maybe someone did already ask the question. Can you touch up on the birth certificate and why it needs to be on record before moving forward with any fillings?
You need to you have to authenticate the birth certificate. Since they have the original birth certificate, when you authenticate it, you become the holder in due course, which means you now have a vested interest in that birth certificate, which means you can now use it for your person. So if you're not the holder in due course, then you don't own that. They own it. Becoming a holder, authenticating it, basically, it's the government telling you this is an authentic bond. You have an authentic bond. So now that you have that, you can put it on a UCC-1. You can write a bill of exchange against it, and you can charge up your account. When you charge up your account, the Treasury they'll send you a Treasury card. They'll send you a card. That's how you know you got the money. If you don't have a Treasury card, you don't have the money. But they'll send you a card. So that's the importance of the birth certificate. The birth certificate was your first official contract. It's the original bond that they put out in your name. So you got to get it authenticated so you can control it.
Facts.
So you just got to go.
If you're having an issue, someone told me, I haven't really looked into this as much yet, but I'm going to do it anyways because I'm always a better safe than sorry type of person. This guy told me that I'm learning for. He was basically like, the only people who can invoke the Constitution are people who have signed the Constitution, and you have not signed the Constitution, so you cannot make an official uphold their oath. Now, if you go get a copy of the Constitution, you sign it, you get it notarized, and then you send it off and get it authenticated, you've now signed the Constitution. Boom! So now you have to uphold it for me. Oh. I am a signer of it. I have security interest in the Constitution now. Now you have to uphold this for me. If you don't, I'm coming for you. You're finna get kicked out of office.
Whoa, hold on.
Whoa.
Can you just start that over one more time?
Hit him, Sean. Hit him.
Basically, with majority of contracts, you have to have some type of security interest in that contract. So the Constitution, since you've never signed it, it's for you, but you can't invoke it. You can't really enact it unless you sign it. You have to put your vested interest in it. So get a copy of your state constitution, go down to a notary. I would take it down to the county clerk and have them notarize it, sign it in front of them and have them notarize it. And then I got to find the form, but you want to send it to the federal government to get it authenticated. Once they authenticate it, you are now a signer of the Constitution. You now have security interest in your state's constitution. So now you gotta uphold your office. You gotta uphold your oath. I'll send you a copy of the Constitution that's signed and authenticated. I'm gonna send you all this paperwork. If you tell me you're not gonna do something, I'm gonna send you a bunch of paperwork saying why you have to do it. And if you don't do it, then I'm gonna come for you. Actually, I'm not even gonna come for you. I'm gonna send the government after you. I got right now, I sent off a contract. I made a contract with the U.S. Treasury. Her name is Janet Yellen, something like that. I have a contract. I gave her my power of attorney to create the liens that I won't put on Navy Federal. So I'm waiting to hear something back for that. They say if you don't hear from them in 45 days, then they're doing it. So I shouldn't hear anything until I get a letter saying, hey, we've collected this money, or we've did this for you. Where do you want this money put? Hopefully by that time I'll have my treasury account up and I'll just put it in the treasury account. I hit them for $3 million. 1.5 million for the principal, 1.5 million for the actual company. And if you try to come and be like, hey, you did it fraudulently, the secretary of the treasury did it. I didn't do it. My name is nowhere on those UCC filing forms. I appointed her to do it for me. That's where the real power comes in, your power of appointment. You can appoint other people to do stuff for you so you don't have to do it. I don't have to file a lien on you. I can send it to the secretary of the treasury and have them do it to you.
Right, because they're public service. They have to, if you tell them to do something, that's legal.
Do it. Or you gotta step down. Or you got to step down. One of the two. You either got to do it or you got to step down. So then if you try to come at me like, oh, this was fraud. I didn't, my name doesn't appear on any of those papers. like nothing. The only thing my name appears on is this conditional acceptance contract that I have between me and Navy Federal saying that I don't owe them for this car. They had over a month to set it right and they didn't. Now y'all screwed yourself. Now you finna have to pay me. It's finna go for your insurance. Like I don't do files myself right now. When I get to the point where I have everything secured, then I'll start doing my own file work. But as far as like putting liens and stuff on people, I do an assignment agreement. I do a contract with whoever I wanted to. I send them a fiduciary form. You do this for me. I don't want to do it. Tell me when it's done.
That's dope.
Who you sending the form to?
I send it to the Secretary of the Treasury. I sent the contract to the Treasury. Me and her have a contract. Janet Yellen. I sent it to her. I gave her 35% of, in the contract it says you can collect 35% of this $3 million and you can keep, and you just give me the rest of the money. That's your collection fee. Basically what you will pay on taxes. You can keep that. That's your money. I'm happy to give you $1 million if you finna give me $2 million. I'm happy to do that. So
right, because no, definitely me and Chaz were talking about those promissory notes, and I'm trying to get more information on that and how to get those going in a sense, because I think that would be phenomenal.
The only issue with a promissory note is at some point in time you're going to have to pay it because it's a promise to pay.
Right.
So when you send it to them, it has to be set up a certain way, and it's going to have a pay date and a pay amount and when you're going to pay them. So what you want to do is you want to get to a point where you're doing bills of exchange. A bill of exchange is I'm exchanging my bill for your bill. But you need to be a secure party creditor. You basically need to be in your capacity at that point. But then I can create my own money. This is my bill of exchange. I'm going to exchange it for your bill of exchange. You're going to give me Federal Reserve notes, and I'm going to give you mine, and I don't have to pay any taxes.
So much. It's like really coming together. Like it just keeps being so evident that you're your own country. So with everything,
you can literally go as far to be classified as a king. You can literally go that far. You can be classified as a president. So it's all paperwork, and it's all about how far. You got to think back in the day, kingdoms were corporations. The king was the CEO of the corporation. You can be that. You just got to go through the path of doing it, which the path has been muddied because the United States never wanted us to have kings. That's why they made the Constitution. The Constitution was to stop us from needing a king.
Right.
And also, we never even got our freedom from Great Britain. We signed a treaty with them. We never. Independence Day is a fake. That's a fraud.
Yeah,
those are facts.
We still pay them. We there's no way we could have beat their army by hiding in trees and popping out the grass and stuff. Yeah, right. Come on. Like their army was twice the size of our new army. We signed a treaty and agreed to continue to pay them for them to let us have the land. Go ahead.
You know what it was, brother. It was the divide and conquer. It was the Creoles, and it was the Creoles that went against the Seminoles that gave Britain the opportunity for that statement that you made to me. Before then, the art of war says it's more difficult to fight on another person's terrain that you don't know about than to be fight. You know what I'm saying? So the guerrilla war was working. That was part of the reason why Lincoln kind of had to do something with at least emancipating us, because the Gullah Geechee were kind of guerrilla warfare and you know what I'm saying, that night doing their thing kind of on that Nat Turner, you know what I'm saying, kind of little wave. But no, you're definitely right though.
I feel like even with the guerrilla war, that's basically like a net. Like the Great Britain's army was so big that you were causing them enough problems that they actually sat down and signed this treaty with you. But if the war would have continued, they eventually would have won it. They had enough people. Eventually, they would have won the war. So we had to do something to get out of it. Even the whole Juneteenth thing, we were never free. We were never free. The Constitution isn't even supposed to be for Black people. Like every slave was insured. Every slave owner got paid to let go of the slaves. The Civil War wasn't even about slavery. The North wanted to continue to play Britain. The South didn't want to continue to play Britain. The South didn't want to deal with that shit no more. The North did. So we went to war. Lincoln freed the slaves because the South was using the slaves to help fight them. He freed the slaves and he paid them for it.
Right, and that's because he was in the pockets with Britain.
He was in the pocket. He got killed. He was murdered. Him and JFK were both murdered because they started producing United States federal notes that were non-taxable.
Yeah.
So you get murdered. You're not going to go against the system. That's why I was trying to tell her, like, hey, if you cause enough problems,
right?
If they can kill JFK, if they can kill the president,
right? And that's what I was telling. That's why I tell people, because I'm in crypto, and I tell people, like, you know, they be like, oh, well, you know, Bitcoin and stuff like that, it's anonymous, and you know, nobody knows who created it. And I say, well, damn, that doesn't make sense, because they killed Gaddafi because he tried to interrupt or disrupt the economic.
Cryptocurrency is the next form of money. It's the next form of control. They're going to get rid of the dollar bill, and it's all going to be digital. So that's the next step in money.
Yeah. Facts.
So I mean, it's good and it's bad, because right now it's anonymous, but it's not going to continue to be anonymous. Whenever they bring something
new, it was never anonymous. Think about your computer when you first had your computer. Remember when we had computer 20 years ago and we had the trash? We had to come get somebody to come get a disk drive to remove the trash. The trash was never gone. It was always there. Like,
it was always there.
Right now, every transaction that has ever been done on the internet, on the computer, is on some server somewhere. So
that's why they're pushing it like, oh, this is how you take the money back. You're never going to take the money back. The money pushers control this stuff. This housing thing that we're going through. Right. The rich people are buying up all the houses. The regular people aren't buying houses. That's up 11%. It's the rich people. It's the corporations. They're the one that's using inflation to steal houses. Oh, a gym. I haven't started doing this yet. I'm going to look into it. If you have vested interest in an abandoned property, you can claim that and take that property in civil court. So if it's a property that's abandoned, you go up to it, put like $200-300 into it, and get the lawn cleaned up, and get the windows fixed.
You're talking basically like some almost like squatters or tax lien.
Yeah.
Because squatters can you can go into, like you say, an abandoned place and cut the lights on there or something like that. And sure, because it was this guy that kind of took this black guy got this mansion.
I seen that, and the white people was mad because he just moved in and started living.
They couldn't
get him out. By law, it's his. If
Exactly.
you have invested interest in this property, you put a UCC-1 on the money that you put into the property, and then you foreclose on it. It's your property now.
Hold on. What do you mean? What do you mean foreclose on it? Explain that.
Foreclose the same way they foreclose on it. It's a process. Foreclosure process. You do the same foreclosure process. You gotta. I think it's like you gotta put it in the newspaper. You gotta send notice to the last person that owned it.
It has to be. It has to be public notification. And then after a certain amount of days, if nobody responds,
a certain amount of days, you go to the courthouse. They will give you a title. It's your house now. And if it's abandoned, the person don't care anyways. You just picked up an abandoned house for $200. Sell it for $50,000.
Right.
Sell it for $100,000. Get it fixed up. Sell it for $200,000.
Lots are going over here where I'm from legally, like at least 30,000.
You know, we could find a lot of those properties. I know everybody's always looking for the come up, but you know, if you thinking logically and you realize that in the hood there is a lot of these properties that all like just down the block.
Hood is the best place.
For my neighbor that there is a house that's been abandoned for I don't know how long, you know, for like 3, 4, 5 months or whatever, and that they're behind like $1,000 on the taxes.
Yeah.
$1,000 in taxes, and now all you do is wait for they gotta pay you back, and you make a public announcement, you know, that you've made this payment or whatever, and that makes you now partially owner of a piece of the property. And if you don't receive your payment for what you've done, now you get to keep the property for yourself. They have a certain amount of time to be able to respond to you, you know. And I'm literally looking into it. I had
it's that's called tax lien certificates. So where the next process, if the owner of the property doesn't come forth, then now if there's a house and there's still a mortgage on there, the bank has the opportunity now to, you know, step in and pay you the money that they owe you on and interest on it. Now if they don't step in and basically pay you and interest, then yes, now you have the right to pay the entire rest of the taxes that is owed, because you only got to put like 5% down or something like that to own the rights of it. You know what I'm saying?
You don't even have to do that. Just put $200 and put it on your
I think it's 5% of $200. Right, whichever is Yep.
Once you put it on UCC-1, you're letting everyone know that you have invested interest in this property. Then go through the steps and foreclose on it. That's what they're doing to you when you buy a mortgage. They can put a mortgage on your property because you're abandoning your property. You buy the property, but you never actually go through the steps of claiming this property. So in 3 years, your property is abandoned, and the financial institution picks it up. Like mortgages are. I haven't really had a opportunity to dig into the entire process, but mortgages are easy to get rid of. They're not hard. You have the ability to question any contract that you sign.
Right.
Prove to me that you didn't do this. Prove to me that you didn't do any fraud. Prove to me that there's nothing illegal going on. Prove to me that this was all done in good faith and full disclosure. If they can't do it, get rid of this. This is my house. If you ask them for a list of the collateral, they're probably not going to send it. But if you can get them to send it, it's going to show that your house isn't the collateral. And then you go to the courthouse and, hey, tell them to remove this from my house and give me a title free of a lien. And now I own my house. Trying to get my mom to do it now. She's still, still kind of, she hasn't done enough research to understand, okay, you can do this.
Right. And then you know what it is? I would say that deep down, we kind of have a good feeling or belief that the information is good and is valid. We just know how they operate. I think that's really what it is. It's like you say,
that's really they can get
JFK, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like one of those things. It's like, it's not that I think we don't think the information is solid. We know that it's solid, and that's what kind of brings up.
It's just the fear of stepping out there.
Right.
and taking on this burden.
Yeah, that's it.
And I mean, that's what it's supposed to be. They want you scared. They want you scared to do it, because most people aren't going to do it because you're scared. You heard a story about a person that got locked up for doing something. They didn't tell you what he did wrong. They just tell you he did this right here, so he got locked up for it. And now you're like, oh, I can't do that because he was dealing with the UCC-1 and they put him in jail. They didn't tell you that he didn't have a security interest in the property and he put a $12 million lien on this person for no reason. That's why you got locked up. That's a fraudulent lien. They admitted that part of it and just told you he filed a UCC-1, so he got locked up. It's deeper than that. It's a lot deeper. But yeah, I plan on start doing that. That's going to be my next little thing, is start trying to take some of these houses back from the banks. Majority, if it's a house and it's sitting abandoned and it's just sitting there for years, 9 times out of 10 it's owned by a bank and they don't see it as valuable enough to put money into
it right now. Right.
So when you take it, they're just going to give it to you. It's not going to be a real fight.
Yeah.
They wouldn't finna use it anyways.
We definitely need to get together on that.
Sean, can I ask?
Man, I've been wanting to talk to some people about this for so long. I'll be driving my mom crazy. She just be looking at me like, oh, some more.
Sean, let me ask you something. Sean, is what you're doing with your UCC-1 or establishing yourself as a person, are you expatriating yourself?
Not yet. I will eventually. Once I get all my stuff together, I'm going to start liquidating all my contracts, and that's going to expatriate me from it. And that's when I'm going to tell them I'm going to apply to become an ambassador and tell them to send me my ambassador plates and my ambassador license. Once it gets to that point, then you can't touch me. I can speed. I can do whatever I want. You really can't do anything. If I injure someone, I have the money in the account. You don't have to have insurance if you have money to pay the insurance. You actually in the secure party thing, you're gonna create a bond for your insurance, and you're gonna send that in, and you're gonna use your certificate of live birth to charge that bond. This is your health care. This is your insurance.
Oh my God! You're printing money, like literally, like because you're your own
printing money. You're your own bank.
And every country has to print money.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
And when people from Britain come over here, they bring their money, they give it to the United States. The United States give them our money, and then they go and they spend it. They don't get taxed for it. That's all you're doing. But this is my money. I'm bringing it to you. Give me your money so I can spend it while I'm in your country.
Right.
No more inflation. No more none of that.
Sean, at the risk of repeating yourself, because there's people that came in later, can you go over again what happens when the utility sends you a bill, or what happens to that perforated line with the bottom being a coupon or a not cashier check, but a money order?
Okay, so there's a couple different ways.
People.
Yeah, there's a couple different ways that you can get rid of a bill. The ultimate goal, once you get your stuff set up and you have your account charged, you just wanna bond that. Once you bond your payments for your electricity, you won't get a bill anymore. They'll pull your monthly payment straight out of your account. You won't even get a bill. So that's the ultimate goal, is to not even get a bill. Take care of this for me. But when they send you a statement. At the bottom of that statement, there's a little strip of paper that can be detached. You can rip off. That's a coupon. It's a money order. So what you're doing is, when they send you the statement, if you send that coupon back and you pay them, you're paying them twice. So with that coupon, if you do a Baker acceptance and you fill it out for a money order, and again, it's in the redemption package will show you exactly how to do it. You fill it out as a money order, it becomes a money order. You can fill out the full amount. I sent them a coupon for $30,000 for my car that I bought a month ago, and I sent them a coupon for it. Use this coupon to pay it off. If you don't use this coupon, I sent it with a conditional acceptance. If you don't believe this is legal, you have to send my coupon back to me, which they're never going to do. Which means if you don't send it back to me, you accept it. So you have to send my coupon back with me, and you need to send it with these proof of claims that I've outlined in this conditional acceptance. If you don't send it, then you got to get rid of this. And if you don't get rid of it, then I'm going to do my administrative process to make you get rid of it.
Right.
So it's a lot of, even with the 1099A, you can, as the beneficiary, you can send them a 1099A and tender of the payment. And that's legal payment. A 1099A it's a negotiable instrument, just like a contract is a negotiable instrument, a dollar bill, a Federal Reserve note, those bills of exchange, all those are under negotiable instruments.
Mm.
So it's a couple different ways you can get rid of paying your bills.
And I wanna ask a question about the bond again, just to make sure I got a real clear understanding of it, because it sounds like it's this, like you say, this financial instrument that's being created, and it's basically words and dollar amounts, like in a sense, and basically in a sense the name of the country or the private entity or whatnot, you know, like. But is that how it starts in a sense? Like it starts with bonds and shifts over.
When you get born, you're born. Your mom signs your birth certificate. They give that birth certificate to the hospital. The hospital takes it and gives it to the state. The state registers you as a living, breathing person. Right. The state then takes that birth certificate and they send it off to the federal government. The federal government registers you as a fictitious entity. Right. That's where you get your social security number. That's where you get your birth certificate number. They open up a trust in the name of that birth certificate and in the name of your social security account. They take a $1 million lawful money and they put it in this trust. So when every person that's born, you're a millionaire as soon as you get born. They give you $1 million. This $1 million sits in this trust and it gains interest throughout your life. On top of that, any bond that they write against you comes out of that. So if you take out a $10,000 loan, they're going to do a 1099A. They're going to take $10,000 out of your account. They're going to put it in an escrow account, and it's going to sit there as collateral. Then they're going to give you $10,000 worth of federal promissory notes to spend, which is taxable income. Then they're going to tell you got to pay us back. So they've already been paid. Then they're going to tell you got to pay us back. When you pay them back, they're going to take the money that was in escrow and they're going to put it back into your account. And you're going to continue to gain interest. So the birth certificate is the very first contract and bond that was made in your name.
That was real deep what you just said. You said that we signed something, which of course our signature or our autograph, how Taz was explaining to me, gives them permission to our account. They take the money out of there, and then they still charge us monthly payments that equal up to technically more than that amount with interest. And then they put our money back.
Yep. Because Federal Reserve notes are taxable. Lawful money isn't taxable. Gold and silver isn't taxable. Federal Reserve notes is taxable. This is why you get paid in Federal Reserve notes. This is why you get paid in all this. It's all taxable. There's a way that you can claim lawful money and get your lawful money back. I haven't started looking into that yet. It's still, it's so much information. I haven't went into that part yet. My next step after I get this set up is to go into taxes. And
I was going to ask you a question because I used to have a tax office back in the day. So dabble a little bit. What do you think about private foundations?
Private foundations are cool. It just depends on how you set it up. It's even with churches. I can't remember, and my mom always corrects me because I always say the wrong. There's a 50C3 and then there's a 50C3 something else.
Yeah, there's one like a 501c3 and like a 501c3A or something like that. But
one of them is under the government and you got to pay taxes. One of them is above the government and you don't have to report anything to it.
One of them is I think one is private, and
the other one is public. It's a corporation. Right. So if you're going to do it, I would go for the private one, so you don't have to report any money you make, anything you get. You don't have to report it. If you're going to do it, do that.
And you don't have
I would personally, because in most foundations you got to have a board or something. I would just create a trust and let the
Right.
trust administer my money the way I wanted to. If
Of
you can
course.
have the trust, because that gives you full control, but you don't. I can have a trust, and then I can have it own this, so I can move
Right.
money back and forth
Let an
between
entity
them.
own the entity.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
about control.
So with that being said, then so you're definitely down with like the offshore banking, right?
Hmm. I'm down with all that. Get as much as you can out of the United States as possible. That's the only way that you can guarantee that someone is not going to come in and be like, "Hey, I want to try this,"
Right.
and then you got to seek a remedy. But I would rather not have to go through a remedy process. I'd rather you just not even have access to it. Once I get my stuff set up, really, once you get a foreign estate 98 number and a foreign trust number, you can open up a bank account in your foreign trust over here, and they can't touch it. So then you can keep your money over here, and they can't touch it.
So okay, so question: did you set up your own trusts, or did you do this with a law firm?
I set up everything by myself.
Oh, that's amazing.
I feel like you need to learn the information. Like
Right.
Lawyers work for the corporation.
Right.
In law, if you let a lawyer represent you, you're going to jail 9 times out of 10. If you do it yourself and you know what you're doing, you probably won't even see a court case. Like I try to keep it as much as possible private. This is, if you're telling them that you're coherent enough to do this stuff, you need to be coherent enough to do it. Like
Right.
you need to be able to administer your own estate if that's what you want to do. Or you need to let somebody else who you trust and know administer your estate for you.
Right.
So I would definitely, my 98 number, that number, you have to call in and get it because you don't want to give them your social security number. You don't want them to tie it to it. I have a PO box for my straw man. I have a private mailbox number for my estate, and it's going to be my trust address. And then my private address is going to be completely private. No one will be able to find it. You won't be able to look it up. You won't be able to send me mail. You won't be able to do anything. If you send it, it's got to go to that PO box. Don't call me. My phone number is private. No government officials. Don't call me. Bill collectors, don't call me. If you want to reach me, send me a letter to that PO box. I'll respond when I feel like it.
That's definitely dope. So, what do you feel was one of the main key ingredients that helped you to be able to write your own trust?
For me, it was just the realization that 99% of what I was taught in my entire life has been a lie.
Right.
That's what basically drove me to look into this stuff and figure out what I got to do. Like, pretty much everything is a lie. Everything you've been taught, all the television shows you watch is programming. Instagram, Facebook, all that stuff is programming. If you shows like this, topics like this, don't get pushed. You gotta seek out the information. You're not gonna be scrolling and then find it. Only anything but TikTok, because TikTok is owned by China. But like anything owned by the US, you have to seek out this type of information. It's not just gonna pop up in your face.
Yeah, no, I was just telling somebody telling somebody today, TikTok was a weapon that was created by China for America to waste our time or to occupy time. Hence the reason why it's called TikTok, which is a reference to time.
That's exactly what it's for. And I mean, since it's owned by a different company, they're not going to block. This is why I like it. It's owned by China. They don't have the same agenda for us that the United States has.
Right.
So the information that YouTube is going to censor, TikTok is not.
Right.
So if you really want to get it out there, you really want to tell this type of stuff and you want it to reach a mass of people, the best way of doing it is through TikTok. If you're going to waste your time anyways, you might as well learn something while doing it. Like,
right.
If you go scroll, sometimes I end up scrolling on TikTok for 2 hours, laying in bed. I'm supposed to be asleep, and I just keep seeing funny stuff. So I'm scrolling.
Myself doing that, and that's what allows me to know, like, hey, hold on, this right here is not. This isn't. This is about. This isn't innocent. This is advice.
It just you just wasted three hours of your life looking at people dancing and doing pranks and stuff. Like
that's that.
You could have been reading, you could have been studying something. It's all about dumbing down the people. Everything that's worth something is put in books. And then the further on we get, the less people like reading, the less people want to read. If you don't read, you can still become rich, but knowledge is power.
Right.
You read the right thing and you immediately become rich. It ain't even about money, like it's knowledge. Once you have a person that gets given $1 million can never make $1 million. A person that learns how to make $1 million can replicate that over and over and over. They'll never be broke. So getting the knowledge of how to do it is what's going to be your remedy versus listening to somebody else or having them do it for you. You should check out all the information. You should read everything you can about it. It's worth it.
Right. And
to me,
that's the other thing that social media is doing. It is killing our attention span to where we can't sit and focus on something for longer than 20, 30 seconds, a minute, 3 minutes or so. That's why the videos that go viral are always the shortest time frame videos. And that's because our attention span has been literally, we don't know that it's been taken away because we don't even pay attention to that sometimes, most people, but our attention span has been dulled down to where we're so uninterested in things so fast or so quickly that we can't even get to the good stuff because the good stuff takes a while to get to when it comes to reading and getting the page 2, 3, and 4 and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So they know that.
They know it. And once you start getting to the good stuff, then Will Smith slaps Chris Rock. And the whole world starts talking about that. And you know
distraction.
It's a war going on, right? It's a real live war going on that's not even a focus over here. It's people being murdered. It's people being killed. Russia is trying to take over a whole territory. And we talking about Will Smith smacking Chris Rock. Like,
and everybody,
that's how it's all about deflection. It's all about getting you to pay attention to this and not that over there. This is the important stuff. Look at this.
Yeah.
Well, but that takes us into a deeper thing. That's where you have to, in my opinion, not because you want to go to war, but because you just need to know what's being practiced on you. A person definitely should read The Art of War.
48 Laws of Power. That's another one.
48 Laws of Power, definitely. You know what I'm saying? And I would definitely say the Art of War, just because you'll find how it works in all aspects of life, and it really, really gives you an edge, or gives you the upper hand, or at least always has you thinking in a mind frame of like, okay, I see how this is set up and that set up. Is this person really with me or against me? You know what I'm saying? So no, it's definitely powerful though.
I tell them read that and then play chess. Chess is probably the greatest game ever made. It makes you think strategically, and it makes you think steps in front of you.
Right.
It makes you have plan A, plan B, plan C.
Right.
And once you start doing it, you'll start thinking this way in your real life, and you won't even notice that I thought this is just how I thought, and I would be talking to people when I got a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C, and you just got a plan A, and they're looking at me like, why do you have so many plans? Like, that's just
because you play chess.
I thought that's the way it's supposed to be. Like, you need to have counter moves. You need to have, if he does this, I do this. If they do this, I do this right here. Like, you gotta have the more thought you put into it, the more likely you are to succeed.
Yes, definitely. No, definitely. I would definitely suggest The Art of War, chess, the 48 Laws of Power, and that's just to, like you say, to sharpen the mind and just
sharpen it.
Just see what people are capable of doing, because sometimes things are so greatly hidden, in a sense. You know what I'm saying? They're so well put together to where you don't even realize sometimes that you're being played.
Yep.
Your
because
emotions.
Majority of the most powerful people in the world, these books are read. These books are the books that's govern a lot of the laws and regulations that go on. Like this, one of the most famous books in the world is Art of War. I think every millionaire in this world has read The Art of War. Every millionaire in this world has probably read the 48 Laws of Power. The 48 Laws of Power basically teach you how to control situations without people knowing that you're controlling it.
Right.
So once you read this and you have this knowledge, you're vibrating at a level that everyone else isn't vibrating at. You get to a point where you can see stuff and you can make moves that everyone else has no clue what you're talking about. They're looking at you like you're a conspiracy theorist, but it's just what I'm talking to you about is way over your intellectual level at this
you're
particular
literally
time.
you're able to be Kaiser Sose.
Wow.
Right, to literally put it into a form to where people can understand. You're able to understand situations and people so much that people don't even understand that they're doing things that you want them to do, but you've put it in their mind that this is what they want to do.
They think that I thought of this. No, I've been hitting on this for the last month that I wanted you to do this, and it finally worked.
Right.
And now you think that you're taking me here because you want to do it for me, but I've been planting little seeds for at least a month now.
like your boy Will Smith, the movie Focus. With the Chinese guy at the end of the movie where he's trying to get them, they're betting on the numbers. They've been buttering him up for the last week or so that he was saying, you know what I'm saying? So it's definitely one of those things to where you just understand. I think human nature is very underrated.
Very underrated. It is. A lot of people, when you talk to most people, they talk void of emotions when emotions dictate a lot of what we're going to do, a lot of what we're going to say. So you can sit here and be like, hey, if he did this to me, I wouldn't do this. But if you're angry, you're going to do something else. If you're sad, you're going to do something else. If you're happy, you're going to do something else. You have to be able to account for all that extra stuff. You can't just be like, oh, this is how it is, so it has to go that way, because it's probably not going to go that way. And if you think that way, you're going to end up screwed. But now if you think, okay, I'm going to do this and it should go this way, but in case this man has no clue what I'm talking about, then I'm going to go at it from this angle. And if this angle doesn't work, then I'm going to come at it for this angle. So now you have multiple different things working at once to get you to the same spot that you're trying to get to. That's a better chance if you have 5 things working for you versus if you just got 1 thing working for you.
And that right there is what you call true independence.
True independence.
True independence is when you know that you have to have a plan B for your plan A because there's nobody else that you can turn to.
There's nobody else. Yup.
I think people.
And I mean, I feel like as a man, you really shouldn't want to turn to anyone else. Like I want to be that. Like I want to have that on my head. I want to be the person that changes my entire family's life, not just the family, not just my mom and my sister, but pretty much everyone I come in contact with. I can literally change your life. I want to have that type of power. I feel like that's the ultimate power right there. If you sit and have a conversation with me, if I'm at the bar and you walk up to me, you gonna leave with a whole completely different outview on life.
Right.
I like that power. I used to.
Nephew, can you help me out?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm talking to my nephew Sean. Me too.
Also, so my goal is when I get a large amount of money, I want to start a family trust, and I want to start having family members put their income and their other stuff in this trust, and this trust is going to give us a certain amount of money every month for the rest of our life. So that's my ultimate goal. This is generational to fix everybody, not just my immediate family, but anybody that's close to me that wants to get in on it. This is what it is. I put $1 million in this trust. This $1 million is going to pay you $300 a month for the rest of your life. The interest is going to accrue. I'm going to put houses in it. I'm going to put more money in it. As I break them from the chains and get them to the point they can access their money, you put your money in it too.
I was going to ask you.
So now we got $500 million that's paying all of my family members $100,000 a year for the rest of their life. You don't need retirement. You don't need none of that no more. If you need a car loan, you need to borrow something, you go straight to the trust.
And you said something very powerful just now, because I guess my knowledge is definitely is limited when it comes to the trust, but I know of. So I was under the impression when it comes to the trust in any capacity generating money, it was through the one of the individual that's connected to the trust funding or basically putting money or adding money to the trust. There's a way that the trust can generate money on its own. I'm asking.
So you can put assets in the trust.
Okay.
So if you buy a house and you're getting rental income from the house, you move it from out of your name into the trust name. Now the rental income is getting paid to the trust account.
Right.
So now if they come after you, I don't own this house. I live there, but I don't own it. The trust owns it. And the money coming from it goes there. The trust can own assets.
Right.
You can create a business and you can put your business under the trust. So now all the income coming from your business goes into your trust.
I got you.
So if I start a trust and I put $1 million in it, and then I go and I acquire 5 houses that bring me an extra $1 million a year, or 6 or 7 houses that bring me an extra $1 million a year, and all those houses are in this trust. Now the trust is making $1 million a year. So now every year I'm getting that money straight from the trust, and the trust is 3 different parts. There's the guarantor, that's the person that gives the money. There's the trustee, that's the person that's in charge of the money, and then there's the beneficiary. You can only be 2 of these at a time. You can't be all 3. You can only be 2.
So if you're in control, and that's the opposite of the concept of a trust.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, you can still be in control. It's just if you're the grantor, meaning you give the money, and you're the beneficiary, meaning the trust is set up in your benefit, you can appoint your trustee. Your trustee can be your mom. Your trustee can be anybody you want to. Those people, they have a fiduciary duty to the trust to do whatever is in the best interest of that trust. If they ever do something, if you appoint somebody as a trustee and they do something that's out of the best interest, you can sue them. I think it's a felony. I think it's only punishable by like a year in jail or a fine, but it's still a felony that you got because you went against your fiduciary duties. So with the trust that we have now, the U.S. government was the grantor, you're the beneficiary, and you have the power to administer who's your trustee. So that's basically all you're doing. When you give them your social security card, you're making them a trustee. I gave you my number, you're the trustee to my trust. Now you get to do what you're supposed to do. Now, if you do something that harms the trust, that's a felony. I can come after you. But I have to prove that you did something that harms the trust.
Right.
So trusts are they're more protection. I think it's Nevada. Nevada is a state. I want to say it's Nevada. I think Wyoming or Utah is one of them too, where you can form a Utah. You can form an LLC, and you don't have to have your name on any of it. It's an anonymous LLC. I can't be tied to it. I can form that LLC. I can put houses and cars in the LLC. Give that LLC to my trust. So the LLC is controlled by the trust. Now, there's no way that you're going to find out that I'm getting proceeds from this. Because when you look at the company, the only name that's going to be on it is nobody. If you go deeper and you find out, only thing you're going to find is it's owned by this trust. And this trust is owned by nobody. Now you want to sue me? You can't get anything from me. Like I don't own any of this. I don't own my house. I don't own my car. I don't own any of this. Like it's all owned by this corporation that you can't tie to me whatsoever. So it's a bunch of high money stuff. I started watching this guy on YouTube that he's an estate planner for like the 1% people, and I just be listening to what he be saying and what he be talking about, and the things you can do to avoid liability is crazy. Like it's it's crazy. Just having certain knowledge will completely change your life. You don't really even have to go through this whole process that we're going through. There are laws set up that will allow you to do it outside of this process. You just got to learn those laws and learn what you're doing in order to be able to do it. So it's a rabbit hole. Once you fall down in it, to me, it's just curiosity, and my curiosity grows every time I have an aha moment. It's like, ooh, now I got to find more.
Right.
How deep does this go?
Right.
That's right.
Really, how deep does it go? I need to find out. It's to the extent of my power, the extent of what I can do. Can I buy an island and move all my family out to an island, and we have our own island that's completely ran by me? Our food, we completely grow our food. We do everything. Is that doable?
I think it
So that's
definitely
kind of
is.
where my mind is at. Like, how do we get to a point where I'm always like, I feel like it's never happened, but I fear the time that something happens where the United States enacts martial law and locks everything down, and then everyone lose all their rights. That's one of the biggest fears that I have in living in this country. So if I have the ability to go to my own private island, well, you can't even step foot on this island. We can shoot you, bro. I got my own guards. Anybody who come on here, we shooting.
Right. I definitely like it. I like it somewhat as a small, like, little buffer.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of just sometimes I guess I'm a realist, and I just know that the only like right now, like, think about the whole concept of even owning land. That's why when when people came over to this land and were asking who owns it, the people who were here looked at them like, how do you own this? Like, how do I pick this up and take this somewhere? You know what I'm saying? So just that concept in itself is a farce, or it's not real.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Ownership or contracts and paperwork, in my opinion, are only uphold by military backing or police backing.
Yep, the monetary system is the same system that the Romans used. It's the same system that was used back in Babylon. It's the same exact system. The system has been enslaving people forever. Like, this is the money system. It just got moved around, and now we're here.
Well, it just got changed in name because we're still utilizing the same
the same processes. They're just making it more digital now. They're trying to make you lose the remedies in the digital form, because a lot of the activation of funds is done by your signature, by your actual wet signature, by you signing on it. If you have a check, that check is useless unless you sign the back of it. You signing the back of it gives that check its value. That's the process of a negotiable instrument. And e-signing, I got to look more into it, but the majority of the contracts, you have to notarize the back of it to do a banker's acceptance. You actually have to sign the back to do a banker's acceptance. If I'm e-filing, I can't sign the back. So I'm still.
Now, do they try and get smart and create another page under there and then put at the top back of form? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you could. What I did, I ordered paper 1099As, 1099Cs, 1099Bs, 1096s, 1099 OIDs, 1099Vs. Like, I ordered all these forms, and I'm still waiting for them to get here. Because once the form, you can fill out a 1099A online at 1099a.com, and you can get the process going.
Right.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. Your, I'm just listening to you from France, and I'm really glad to be amongst you to talk about this subject. Sorry for my English. I'm a French guy, so I don't know if one of you speak French.
I don't. But I mean, I can understand you fine. You good.
Yeah, you're doing a good job, man. Do your thing.
Okay. So the point I want to make is about the signature. Signing is for the illiterate. Okay? Because the word signature is in another way the sign of your nature. You got me? The word signature is
I got you.
Damn, I like how you wrote that down right there, brother.
Is a trick word, and
majority of the words are trick words.
Natural living beings never sign. They give an autograph.
Yeah.
They
Or
put the
endorsement.
autograph. Voila.
Autograph or
And
endorsement. Mm-hmm.
so the word signing is for me a trick,
Mm-hmm.
and we don't have to do this
Mm-hmm.
when we know who we are. And
Mm-hmm.
another point I want to make is the use of a trick word. This word is the word person.
Yep. That's a trick word.
See,
A
we used to
person is a
think
corporation.
it's a
It's,
corporation.
I think it
And
says a monster. If you look up the definition, it quotes like it's a monster or
no,
something like
human
that.
being,
That's
Like, yeah,
human being means monster.
yeah, the human
human
being.
being means monster. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
human beings mean monster, and person means corporation or a dead entity.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So this kind of word, for me, we need to we need to stop using it.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
You see?
Wholeheartedly, and that's what they get you because a lot of people. You think you know what a word means, but you don't really do it. And then when you use it out of contracts, well, you're in a verbal contract now because you just called
Right.
yourself a person. You just called yourself a citizen.
And
Like
and
this is
the,
what you just said to me. So now you're a citizen.
and what's even more powerful is that we're signing contracts with the universe, because when we speak, we don't know it, but it's an electromagnet wave that is created. So if you think about the whole process of when they say when you speak, you can manifest something, well, just think about the word electromagnet. When you think about electro, that's like fire, igniting, you know what I'm saying? Electricity, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
then you think about the word magnet, that means to connect. That means, you know what I'm saying, bring to, you know what I'm saying, in a sense. So that's why our words manifest things, because there's electricity in them.
Mm-hmm.
And also, brother, the reason why it's so much manifestation with the words itself is because just like when you sign something with your physical hands, when you speak, you are emitting a sine wave out of
Yep.
your mouth, which is also a form of a contract. You are utilizing a sine wave signature, which is actually even more potent than your actual handwritten signature,
It
because
Mm-hmm.
is.
now you are interacting with the whole universe
Yep.
itself.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
Now watch this. Remember, we were talking
Yep.
about this, because I definitely think it is more powerful to speak it. I think when you write it down, I think you add more power to it. And then remember, we were talking about also, I think
Mm-hmm.
also adding blood to it also makes it even more stronger.
Actually,
Mm-hmm.
to prove the power of words, I did a experiment with my kids just to show them the power of words. Let me show you guys the results. Give me one
Yep.
quick second.
No problem. Yeah, I believe in all that endorsing, using your fingerprint, all that. Just be cautious of how you sign. Um,
Yep.
if you're signing something you don't really want to sign, then sign without prejudice, meaning you reserve all your rights.
Right.
I
I heard
sign
it.
with
There,
my
there, there, there's another there's another Latin expression you can use when you're signing a fraudulent document.
hmm as
Vi
when I sign,
coactus.
I
Vi
sign as
coactus.
a beneficiary or I sign as executor. Either way it
Yeah,
goes, because this isn't a fictitious person. I'm an authorized representative by my title. My title states
that's
who
right.
I am. This means that
Right.
I'm not liable for anything that's in this contract, but I am the authorized representative. I'm the beneficiary.
That's right.
I'm the
That's
secure
right.
party. I'm the executor.
That's
So
right.
I put all that when I sign. I'll write it in, like
That's
I'll
right.
write it
That's right.
under it, like
So,
before I
okay, so
sign.
question. So couldn't I, in a sense, create a company and name the company my first and last name and get an EIN number for it and kind of do the same thing still?
Yeah, that's my sister did it, but the only thing is, then you don't have the starting bond.
Hmm.
So that would be the only difference. From what
But
they did, is
now,
they put money in your account. For you, you're going to start from a zero balance with just the
right.
regular business.
I
But
was
you
going
can
to
still
say,
do everything you want to do with that business.
Because can't a company create bonds? Yeah, a government and a company can create bonds, right?
Mm-hmm.
And stocks and bonds, yeah.
It's just so in modern money mechanics, banks don't lend money. They don't
No,
have money to lend. So
that's right.
so majority of companies are they're using your money as collateral to make money. So if you don't, you would need the collateral at that point. So you can collateralize your personal assets. You can take money out of your trust, and then you can fund bonds for this business and use it that way.
I
But
got
it
you.
has to be some type of collateral to make the bonds out of.
All right. And the collateral that you're speaking of is the collateral that's attached to our social security numbers in those accounts. I got you.
Mm-hmm. So I would do the sovereign part, or not the sovereign. I would do the secure creditor part. I would liquidate some of my accounts and get money in my account, and then start a company up. I wouldn't even start a company up in my name. I would just start a company that has no tie to me. So then I can do whatever I want. If I need to close this company down, I'll bankrupt the company. You can't come after me for anything. You don't even know I have anything to do with this company.
Right. Because
So now I took out $100 million loan on this company, and then I bankrupt the company, and I kept the money. And you really can't do anything about it because you got to prove that I got this money and I was the person who did it.
especially when the
So now
company has another company's name.
Mm-hmm. It got
I have a
liquidated
question.
into a trust account, and then the trust account put it in my account. So now you got to find it. Yeah, someone said
So
they had a question.
yes, can
Yeah,
I ask a question? Are you familiar with the U.S. person?
am I familiar with it? What do you mean? Like in what context?
Okay, so when when the certificate of birth is made by the state,
Mm-hmm.
and you go to open up a bank account,
Mm-hmm.
the the bank, well, how to explain it? As I live here in Europe, I come from part of West Africa, okay? And when I came in France, they gave me the social insurance number, the SIN number, okay? And
Mm-hmm.
this social insurance number is already a US person. It's
Mm-hmm.
located in USA Corp in the state of Delaware,
Mm-hmm.
okay?
Yeah, that's basically the same. I think Canada is called the SIN number too. It's basically the same as the straw man. It's the same. That's your estate that they made for you.
Yeah,
The,
especially
for example, the Republic State of France is a
Mm-hmm.
corporation registered in um, how do they call it again? Dun and Bradstreet. Do
Yeah.
you know Dun and Bradstreet?
Yep.
It's in Washington D.C. And so
Yep.
that makes the French Republic an illegal state. It's a corporation
Mm-hmm.
as a McDonald's. Okay, they don't
Mm-hmm.
have the word legitimacy. I don't know if I can say legitimacy. They are illegitimate. Okay,
Yeah.
so they don't have real power over natural living beings.
Mm-hmm.
They just have power over the person. But the
Yep.
person they created in France is registered as a US person. You see what I mean?
Mm.
This is what we've
Mm.
discovered in France when we were checking on the strawman fallacy things, and we discovered that the French residents are registered in the state of Delaware as a US person. You see?
That's insane.
Wow. Wow. I think.
so. Is it almost like different? Like say like because the whole thing is like insurance in a sense.
Mm-hmm. It's all about insurance.
That's all it is insurance basically. So is it like there's a different continent that's insuring the U.S. and then the U.S. is insuring a different continent? You see what
I
I'm saying?
think. I think what it is the main Federal Reserve Bank is over here. So I think that's probably why it's like that. It's probably like that in a bunch of different countries too. The majority of the monetary system of the world, it came from Britain and then it came over here. So that's the only, because that's kind of crazy. That's really, I didn't know that. That could be the only thing I can think of that will make that legitimate. How are you in France, but you're registered as a U.S. person, a U.S. citizen, basically. So that's
we
the
have
only
a
thing I can say is the monetary system is created.
we have a channel. We have a channel on Odyssey. It's called Titus. I will write it down in the chat, and you can find some good information on this channel. Titus, être naturel vivant, créateur.
Yeah, it's everything. The whole monetary system is about insurance.
That's it.
Majority of your stuff, your license that's an insurance contract that insures all your vehicles. So your vehicles are already insured because they got to protect their bonds, but they require you to have insurance on it too to protect the car. But the driver's license is the insurance protecting the bond that bought your car, if that makes sense. So pretty much everything. It's about insurance. It's about money.
You just fucked me all the way up with that one.
Right, because I feel like I'd be losing the concept of a bond.
Right. Hold on. You can't be blowing my fucking head up like that. And you repeat that one, run it by me slowly.
So everything is prepaid. Everything is already insured from the gas you pay for, from the food you buy. You can, once you get your status corrected, you can get reimbursed for all the money you spend out, because it's all about insurance. So when you get to that point where you want to liquidate your driver's license, that's that insurance policy. Once you liquidate that and you get the money, you're no longer insured to drive by the United States. That's why they try to say, oh, you can't travel without a driver's license, because if you don't have a driver's license, then you don't have real insurance on the bonds. You have insurance on the car, but you don't have insurance on the bonds.
Right, it's like it's no different than a business license. Like you're insuring your business.
So the insurance companies insure things, and then the companies come out and get you to double insure it.
That makes complete sense, because it's like they want to. That's why you get a driver's license, to make sure that we can trust you to be able to drive this car, because we've put you through tests. You've answered questions. We will ensure that you can drive a vehicle.
Wow. But per the Constitution, you have the right to travel. Like right. you don't. Back in the day, the only reason you had to have a license is when you were in commerce, when you were actually working. A license is for people that are working.
Right, correct. Like a limousine driver, a taxi driver, or something.
So when you're driving your normal car around, you're saying that you're in commerce by having this license on the back.
Right.
And this is why they can pull you over. This is why they can enforce their stuff, because technically you're working, you're in their jurisdiction.
Right. It's almost like a truck driver with the DOT.
And that's why if you drive without a license plate, they'll pull you over. They're gonna probe you if you know what you're talking about. I mean, you're gonna have to deal with the confrontation, but they won't do anything to you because you have a right to travel. They're going to make it difficult. They're going to make you not want to travel without that license. They're going to make you not want to travel. You're going to be getting pulled over all the time. You're going to be getting questioned down. And if you slip up and say the wrong word,
then you go to jail.
Or then you having a court appearance.
Right.
That's why it's like you got to know your rights, because you're given the Constitution the right to travel by any means, by land, by air, by sea, by any means. You can travel. You have the right to travel. You register in your car, you getting a driver's license. It's basically telling them that you have the right to travel while performing business.
It's crazy. It's like you gotta know that you have the right to travel.
Through all the fluff, through all the people telling you can't do this, you got to know that you can do it. Because if you don't, they're gonna lock you up if you don't know you can do it.
Right. Oh, they're
If you
gonna lock
can't,
you up
if you
still.
can't argue this, you finna get you got problems now because you can't argue what's really going on. So now you have problems. But if you know, I don't really have to deal with this. Like I don't have to deal with it. Do what you do. Call your supervisor. Let's discuss it. Show me the laws that say that I can, because I can Google right now and show you where I have the right to travel without a license. Can you show me where I don't? If you can't show me where I don't, then I'm gonna need you to let me go. Then it's up to them. They can arrest you or they cannot. If they arrest you, then I'm coming for your insurance because you violated my rights.
Yeah, that's why I don't even play right off. I let them know, hey, let me get that number.
Yep.
I promise you, asking for that bond number at the beginning with respect and being polite, it speeds up the whole process. The process doesn't even take
They're
that
like,
long.
ooh. If you ask them, are you under your oath? Are you under oath right now? They finna look at you like, what? Are you under your oath of office? Are you at work? Are you working as a public defendant right now? Are you under your oath? Like, because if you say you're not under your oath, I can beat you up and you can't do nothing to me.
Facts.
But if you're under your oath, then I can't.
But then also being under your oath also now says you need to do what I tell you to do because you work for me.
Yep, you got to uphold my law, my rights.
Right, like
by the Constitution that you said you wanted to uphold. Now you have to do it.
Right. But that's why they don't want you to know that. They want you to be fearful when you see the police versus just being calm. Put your hands where they're visible and learn how to speak with respect and know what you're talking about.
Right, you can't get triggered.
Yep, that's what's gonna happen. That's what I want. If you get nervous, you're either gonna get triggered or you're gonna give them way too much information. One of the two.
One of the two.
That's why they come up and talk to you when they flash the light and I pulled you over. I don't talk to y'all, bro. I plead the fifth. I don't talk to you whatsoever. Here goes the ID of my trust. This isn't me. Here goes my trust car insurance. Do whatever you're gonna do and then let me go. Depending on how you interact with me, depends on if I'm gonna come for you or not.
Exactly.
If you treat me if you treat me with respect, bro, we can go about our ways respectfully. If you get disrespectful, I'm gonna be respectful now, but I'm gonna get real disrespectful as soon as I get home, bro. Your next week is gonna be horrible.
I would definitely advise to still be respectful and learn how to learn to get your win later on. Don't try and win right now. You can't.
Because a big part of that, you got to realize you talking to people. So you gotta, if you trigger this person, he's gonna act angrily. If you try to tell him how to do his job, he's gonna react angrily. So once you get into that battle, you lost. Let him get mad. Don't tell him how to do his job. Just tell him your rights. I'm not telling you how to do your job, sir. I just know I have the right to travel without a license.
And let's also think about it logically. Like, how many laws does each state or each county have? How does a human being logically know them all? Like, where does a person who works a 12-hour shift, because that's what they work, and you got to at least sleep for 8 hours, get the time to research all of the different laws to be able to police all of the laws? Come on now, let's think logical now. Like, when are these guys in the library? When are these guys doing homework on the laws to be able to really to police them? They're just out there guessing.
They give you the laws that you need to operate in and go. They're not going to tell you too much, because if they tell you too much, you're going to understand that, this is all bullshit. You don't have to pay taxes. I can fill out a IRS form, I think it's W8BN, and tell the government that I'm a foreigner and they won't take any taxes out of my, what? Yeah, once you start finding this stuff out, you're not going to want to continue to be in the matrix. You're going to want to hop out the matrix. That's why they can't tell all the government officials this is what's going on, because once you know it, you're going to continue to do it.
Ça va, je vais pas couper au chômage pour le mettre après quand même. Non.
No, definitely.
Man, I just looked up. It's like 12 o'clock.
Yeah,
we should do this again, definitely. I don't know if the hosts are still on.
No, we're still
Absolutely.
here, but just know that we are going. I mean, I'm definitely going to invite you. You know, because I have a whole PowerPoint. That's what I've been showing only clips of it. You know, whatever. You know that I'm
Mhm.
about to do is called Meet Your Strawman. You know, and I'm gonna make a lot of points about it. So I'm gonna extend my hand. You know, and invite you so you could be my guest for that thing when me and Yassini decide to do this PowerPoint, and it's full of a lot of information. And brother, I've been working on this for a while now. I've had the information for for quite a few years, and until now that I've acquired that I thought let me rephrase that I thought that I had acquired enough information. I figured, okay, now I could put it into a PowerPoint format and I could present the information. Bro, you just blew my mind in such a way that I know that this PowerPoint right here is 10% ready. It's not even 10% done. You know,
Oh,
so I'm I'm the
Good.
type that a lot of people call me a perfectionist, and and I'm not going to tell you that it's going to take me years more to make it, but I was completely amazed, brother. You know that the information is completely on point. I appreciate you. I hope you come back and do this PowerPoint with Sister
Yeah,
Yasmini and
I'll
me.
definitely do that.
Me
It's
too, me
This
just
was
too.
enjoyable, man. Like I said, I've been warning people. Everybody I talk to around me right now, they're not at that level yet that they actually understand what I'm saying. So they just look at me like I'm crazy. So this was way enjoyable. We got to just get some of this stuff out and talk about it. I'll
right.
definitely come back.
So we greatly appreciate you, brother.
Definitely.
Sister Yasini, I'm not gonna lie, I was thinking to myself, I'm like, am I gonna hear the same information that I've always heard, from
no.
every other person that I've run into, all these channels and all of these places, even the brother from
Hmm.
France, I want to, thank you, for hitting the link and coming on the panel,
Definitely.
because you
Definitely.
came and dropped some knowledge yourself, especially having this aspect of speaking French, speaking multiple language, it's crazy. I understand a little bit of French, and that's why I tell people, once you understand those Romance languages, you could
Hmm.
relate a lot back to Latin. I speak Spanish.
Hmm.
I also speak Italian, and obviously I'm fluent in English as
Yep.
well. So that gives me a certain advantage over certain things when it comes to looking into etymological meanings of certain things,
Hmm.
because I'm able to, grasp the whole scenario from, other languages a lot faster than others. And I know that that's something that you could relate to as well. So I appreciate you for being here, brother Leaf. You know that brother, you and I have been building for a minute. Now we got Sister Yasini in the mix. That was completely amazing. Thank you for joining the panel. That was completely,
Thank you
an
for
excellent
allowing me.
idea and a great addition. So I appreciate you. With that, I'll let Sister Yasini say her piece, and and let us know what she thought of the show, because it was an amazing. You put this together, sis. You put this
Yeah.
together. So
In like a couple hours.
right, and I appreciate you for it, and it was amazing. And I see, great things to come. So we expect to
Definitely.
see the brother Sean again. And in the show.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to thank my nephew Sean for talking to me earlier today. And I'm looking at him, his mama, like, what? We gotta go live. We gotta go live right now. We gotta go live. Oh my God. Oh my God. But even so, I still wasn't expecting all of this, Sean.
You
You
didn't know
have
how close you were connected to the information that you wanted to present.
oh my God. Wait till I get his mother on the show. Listen,
That was the universe right
Sean,
there.
Sean, you handled yourself like a true gentleman throughout,
Thank you.
and I thank you for that. You could have you could have took it where you wanted to, and you had that choice, and you chose the high road. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's all about staying in honor. I
we're
mean,
not.
nothing gets
Yeah,
solved when people are yelling and arguing at each other.
yeah.
So
I was in
it
the
just
comments like, "Hey, listen, Can we? I accept all the information from everybody, but can we at least do one after the other?
Yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
even have to agree, but can we at least do it one after another? And also,
Right.
even if we don't accept it, let's not accept it because there's an emotional attached to it, which there's
Right.
always an emotional attached to everything. But then also, what is the logical attachment to it? And can we now
Yeah.
listen to that? And can we be logical? You know,
That's
like
why I won't prove
that's
me
back.
wrong. If you can find something different that helps me out, then say it. I mean, you don't just take words for it. Actually go and look it up, look into it,
Yes.
come back with a legitimate argument. Like it's
Yeah.
Right. And I
So,
wanted to hear it. Like she was, you know, so I definitely would love for the sister.
that's what I enjoyed the conversation. It just got
Right.
to a point where it started becoming more emotional than just a conversation where it should have just been us talking
Right,
and
it
discussing
wasn't.
it. This
I
is how
was-
you feel. This is how I feel. I will go back and research your information. You go back and research my information. The next show we can sit and talk about it again.
We'll see, and that's another thing also, because this whole concept that you're doing, this ain't about feelings. It's legalese.
Yep.
This is about
It's
whether or
legalese.
not
It's
it
all
is.
business, nothing personal.
So it's not personal. So for us, even to use the word or have, you know, I feel like this, you know, not to say that, like I say, we are human beings, so we have feelings, but we have to watch sometimes when we lead with our feelings. There's a lot of times
You can't let your feelings close off your perspective.
Right.
You got to be able to take in the information, even though your feelings are blazing. You might not agree with what I'm saying, but if it makes sense, then take it for that.
Right.
You might not want to use that strategy if you have kids, and you might not want to use that strategy. But now, if your strategy doesn't work, now you know, oh, shoot, he told me this other strategy. Let me try that. Mine might work. You might try mine and it not work, and you'd be like, "Oh, I'm gonna go and do what she does, and it might work." It's a bunch of different ways to get it done. It's just my method is always gonna be the path of least resistance.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I don't want to argue. I don't want to fight. I don't want to have to continue to talk to you about it. I want you to look it up in your paperwork and just go about your business.
So I'm excited. I know the sister gonna come back, and she's gonna have our information, and she's gonna be on point, and that's gonna be dope. You know, because I think within that she'll go look up information and find some things, and that's growth right there. The whole process of saying, not just saying I disagree with you, but after disagreeing with you, going to hit the books, going to get on the internet and say, okay, boom, let me see what I find, and within there it's gonna either be yay or nay, which is a beautiful thing. You know what I'm saying?
And I do think a lot of it is it's common sense. When you deal with people, there's going to be emotion. So to think that a public official is going to be void of emotion when you're challenging them,
right? You have to be careful.
That's it.
Yeah, that's dangerous. You have to be careful.
Especially when they feel like they got more authority over you.
Yeah.
Right. But you
they're going to buck up.
Especially for the kids.
And now
that's
watch
shit.
We talked about this with the 48 laws of power. You would be breaking you would be outmastering the master in some capacity.
Yeah.
Intellectual.
What it is.
Straight up. You will be
he's going to be offended by it, and they're going to react negatively towards you. Right. So as long as you can deal with the negative stuff that's going to come your way, then it's fine, because it's going to come. They're not just going to leave your house and they want to take your kids and they're just going to, oh, well, we won't be back. No, they're going to come back. This time it's going to be with a warrant, or it's going to be with the squad to kick your house in or something like that. And because you thought you took care of it and you really didn't, now when they come in, now you got problems, because now they taking your kids. You're not going to turn them down again. Now they leaving with your kids.
In some capacity.
That's what they're doing here in France.
Yep. That's what they're doing to a whole lot of people. Taking people's kids.
But you know what? Especially to us in Africa, and people don't really know about this stuff of strawman shit. Okay? For when they decided to go to slavery, they made this Romanus Pontifex papal bull to say they're gonna come after the so-called black people or melanated ones.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, the starting point was the first papal bull called Unam Sanctam.
Those are facts.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and the status they are using to make this shit up is Roman status law called Capitis
Yup.
Diminutio Maxima.
Yup.
Okay,
Yup.
cut off the head while I put Boniface Wheat. This fucking guy, this pedophile. Sorry for my words,
No, go ahead, do your thing.
but
Speak your mind, brother. Speak your mind.
That's true. All you just said is true.
they came to cut off the head of our kings and queens, and
Mm-hmm.
that's exactly what they have done in the west part of Africa. I'm using Africa to be comprehensible, but this is not even the real name of the continent.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
That's deep.
we
Right.
have to. This is why I'm glad to be exchanging with you, because here in France, our people are not really aware of this shit, and
Mm-hmm.
for Africa is much worse.
Yeah.
They don't know about this,
Right.
Right.
and that's why I'm trying to be more precise in what I learn from all of you to share with them, and I'm
Yes,
really glad to be here with you. See?
share this with everybody you know.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It was a great build, brother. You brought a lot of great information. We appreciate you for that. Uh,
Definitely.
I'm gonna let everybody do their last. Brother Sean, can you tell the people where they could find you at?
You can find me on TikTok, Boss Mafia LLC. Same on Instagram. Pretty much it. I can give you my email if you want to chat or if you want to just talk about some different stuff. It's cool. We can definitely do this again. I'll have more information as time passes, especially once I get my birth certificate and I get that taken care of. Then I can actually walk you through the whole process. Next time I can be a little bit more prepared and I can have like copies of the security agreements and stuff like that you can look over and read. So to give you an idea of what you want to do, copies of the conditional acceptances. Conditional acceptances is that's the
Excellent.
remedy that you should go after if you haven't done this whole process yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, brother, because the information in itself is so vast and it's so much of it. It's I think that's what kind of intimidates, say, a person like myself and sometimes maybe a lot of others. If there was a specific place or chapter or you know what I'm saying that you can kind of like give us like a little synopsis or like you know what I'm saying, kind of have say, okay, boom, check out this particular, you know what I'm saying, check out this.
What I would say, just start reading the Universal Commercial Code. It's only 9 articles, but it takes you through everything. If you want to know about promissory notes, there's a code speaking directly on promissory notes, bills of exchange, and instruments.
Right.
There, number 9 is speaking directly on secure transactions. So this is how you the Universal Commercial Code is basically the universal code of money. This is how money
Right.
operates. So
That
the
picture
best
of
thing
that,
would be to start learning and understanding exactly how the system that you're in is moving.
that picture of that book that I text you, brother Leaf. That
Right.
that book talks about all of that. I'll actually.
Mhm.
I don't know if. Oh, hold on. I gotta take off my virtual screen just so you guys could see it. Let me make the screen bigger. But
The UCC connection. Yep.
Connection. Try to free yourself from legal tyranny. Okay.
The UCC is universal, so it's
right,
it's
this is
everywhere.
UCC is not a
Yeah,
United States thing. This is
it's
something
worldwide.
Yeah, it's
worldwide,
worldwide, right?
worldwide. So you know,
Maritime.
Maritime law.
Yeah, maritime.
yeah. Check out
Maritime
right
laws.
law, correct. So check out the book. If anybody, I'm not promoting the author. I haven't even checked who the author is, to be honest. But but it's a great book. It's a lot of the information that I'm using for my presentation is knowledge that I grasped from here and other sources that I've grabbed throughout the process of my so-called enlightenment. So it's great information. It's vast, as the brother just showed us. It's a whole lot more than what we really actually think. The rabbit hole is deep, deep, deep,
The
deep.
rabbit hole is deep.
So,
And then don't pay for the Universal Commercial Code. Just Google it and go on Cornell Law, and you can read it all for free. The first book I bought was like $300. They're trying to bust your head for it, but I sent it back because it's on the internet.
Right. So, brother Leaf, if you could tell the people who you are and where they could find you at.
Oh yeah, definitely. This brother Leaf, aka Mr. Prophet 369. You can catch me on iGeezy. You can catch me with Taz. You can catch me with Crumb. Like you can catch me with my brother No Money. Shoot. I'm hoping to connect with Sean more and also the other brother. And definitely been hooking up with Miss Yashina. You know what I'm saying? And I just love the whole connection. And I could be found if I want to be. That's right.
Most definitely. Thank you for that, brother. Brother Sean, it was great having you here. Sister Yasini, you have any closing statements? Sister?
She on mute.
She muted.
Yeah, you're muted, sis, if you're talking. We can't hear you if you are talking.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, he said there was a
Great show, great build, great guest, great host or co-host. This is going to happen again. This is going to happen again. As soon as my nephew say he's ready. I know y'all already ready. As soon as my nephew study what he got to study and say, let's run that back. It's on.
Right.
Cash, you the hostess with the mostest.
I like it.
I appreciate you. Well, you guys make sure that you like, share, subscribe to all our channels. You can find me under the Taz Show. You can find the sister Yasini on Yasini in the House or at YasiniUniversity.com. Be sure to check out her website. She is also a publisher. She has 2 books out that you can find on Amazon. I suggest that you go check them out. She is a great publisher, and her books are very intriguing. So go check those out. Brother Leaf as well. I don't know if you if it was purpose or not, but I'm gonna throw it out there. You could also find him under the round table on what's the
round table. Yeah, no, definitely, site is definitely getting worked on right now. It's coming along. It's amazing.
The group that you what's the
yeah, we definitely got the round table on Telegram. Definitely, like I say, DM me or whatever. I can get you connected in that, and it's basically an investment networking group to where we help people learn about investment, get started, do our best to answer any kind of questions about it, crypto, stocks. And like I say, just help people just understand that just learning more about money and finances and trying to at least buy back your freedom in a sense financially is really important. And we definitely want to get the site going to where beginners can come on there and get the basics and kind of at least like really this whole concept, what we're learning right here is just learning a language. Once you know what every word means, after that, it doesn't matter if you listen to a video or you read an article or you go read case law, you're going to understand what it means. That's what we're trying to do with the people with investing is get them to learn the language first. Learn the language for anything that you want to learn. After you do that, it's nothing after that. Yep. So that's our goal, and also to let it trickle down, of course, to the kids, to where we can create that real generational wealth. and the kids know more about finances and stuff like that. So that's what the website is going to be about, coming soon. So like I say, stay posted. Hit me in the DMs for information on that. We'll definitely stay in contact. And once the site launches, we'll go ahead and make sure we get everybody the website so you can come check it out, tell us what they think. And like I say, we can grow together. We will never claim to know it all, but the little bit that we do know, we're definitely willing to share with other individuals.
Most
Yes.
definitely, most definitely. And if you are looking to interact with him, as of recently, like I said, him and his brother, No Money, they do have a group on Telegram under the Roundtable, as you see in the banner. So be sure to check them out. It's a great group. Very interactive. A lot of the people within the conscious community. We've learned a lot. We've all made a lot of money, brother. I just finished paying off literally today. I just finished paying off my car, like literally
Congratulations.
the whole damn thing. So it's a ways for me to get to where brother Sean is at, but I am looking forward to it. I am intrigued about the experience, about the journey. This just completely blossomed into something else, brother Levy. We have great things coming up for us, especially when we launch that website. And
Yes, sir.
brother Sean, we're definitely gonna be able to see you. And
Gold,
Gordon,
gold.
I'm assuming that's his name. Gordon. I'm sorry if I'm slaughtering the name. What's your name, brother?
Gourdin à crétin.
Gordon. Okay, so
Gordon,
I hope they subscribe to all our
No,
channels.
it's a French expression of saying the the mass you use for the stupid people.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope because you definitely have a lot to share and a lot to offer. We appreciate your knowledge and
Yeah, I
your
really, really appreciate this live, and I wanna give thanks to the sister Yashini.
Yes.
I
When you see
I
us,
knew her some couple time ago when she was doing a live on Janus or Yahweh or Yaldabaoth. You see?
oh
Oh,
yeah,
so
buddy.
you a fan, you're a subscriber. That's
Oh,
amazing and awesome.
yep.
We
And
love
when you
that.
see
And I'm
this,
really, I'm really, huh?
when you see this crew again, come back. Come back
Definitely,
Yeah,
in.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
definitely check us out.
Definitely, I'm really happy to have this discussion with you, and I have to
Okay.
come back and build a great show again. Thank
Thank
you, Sean.
Thank
we
The
you.
You're
Taz
welcome.
Show,
thank
Brother Leaf.
Thank you.
Thank
appreciate
you
you
very
for
much.
Glad I can be a help.
your presence. So with that said, everybody, we will be leaving just how we came, in peace,
Yes.
and we appreciate your presence. If you catch
Peace.
this later, make sure that you leave us a comment what you think. Tell brother Sean if you have some questions for him, drop them in the comment section. Let us know what you think. Do you agree? Do you
Mhm.
disagree? It's okay if we don't agree. Sometimes,
Mhm.
not sometimes, but everybody's truth ain't the same truth. So we're all walking different paths. The thing is, can we come together and agree that all paths are worth it to the person that's walking? You're not in those shoes, so leave that person be, and we'll move from there. With that said, I appreciate you, brother Sean, brother Leave, sister Yasini. You are amazing, and hope to see everybody until the next time. We're out of here.
Peace.
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 Peace. Peace.